Hello, everyone.
Greetings. Thank you for joining us. Dr. DeMelo, would you like to speak a little bit about yourself and let the audience know where you are coming from and how you got involved in this?
Thank you very much, Jeremy. And it's a pleasure to be here today and to share with everyone what we can do in our future to promote inclusive education. I am a doctor in rehabilitation science who I have worked in Brazil and many other countries, mainly with assistive technology. And today I'm here to moderate a very nice person, Dr. Sigamone, a leader in vision in inclusive education. And so please, Jeremy, let's get in the room with us. Hello, Dr. Sigamone.
Hello, good evening or good morning, wherever you are in the world.
Very welcome, and thank you so much to be here with us today. And it's a pleasure to have you sharing this very excited moment. Dr. Sigamone was National Director of Inclusive Education in South Africa, extraordinary professor at the University of Western Cape, and visiting professor at Leeds Trinity University. Thank you very much again to be here with us today. And the stage is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. So, hello everybody, and I'm really delighted to be involved in this conference. I noticed that there's a lot of energy in terms of inclusive education, and when South Africa experienced the transition to democracy, I joined as a national director of inclusive education. So I've made some observations, and I've been doing a bit of traveling and studying, and then I moved to the Western Cape, also involved in inclusive education, and so I have a great commitment to inclusive education and in my country. And so I noticed in the system, in the broader system, that we have a reading problem and we have a problem with class, social class. So you will be aware that you have a social class problem in the United Kingdom, you have a social class problem in the United States. And so I looked at this and I decided, well, I need to develop an alternative pedagogy. I need to develop an alternative narrative, because I think one of the reasons why inclusive education hasn't really taken on in the world is because of the power of special education, the power of the theory of special education, the assumptions of special education, the model of special education, the practices of special education, and the tools of special education. So there is a big interest in inclusive education, but I don't think we have advanced sufficiently at a theoretical level in terms of our assumptions, the models we use universally, our practices and tools. And I think that's where a lot of work has to be done. So in 2006, I started researching the system locally in South Africa. And I think my work in South Africa has relevance for globally. Because if you want to include children with disabilities in the mainstream curriculum, you would obviously have to look at vulnerable children in totality. And I realized that in South Africa, one of the problems that we have is that working class children don't experience much success in the system. Many children are unable to read. So I looked at the literature overseas, and I did some visits, both in the United States and in the UK. And I found that they have similar problems. So how do you have an inclusive education system where most of your children are unable to read, and where many of your children drop out of school, and when many of where your literacy and numeracy levels are so low? So this is a phenomenon in the UK. There's sufficient research to suggest that. This is a phenomenon in the United States. In many states, the reading scores and the numeracy scores are very low in the system. And so how do you have an inclusive education system when so many children can't read and write? So what I decided to do was try to produce an alternative narrative and start the debate. And so I wrote a book called Education and the Working Class: Is There Hope for an Inclusive System? In this book, I talk about developing an inclusive system, and then I address the issue of class in terms of social and cultural capital. And then I talk about creating the conditions for successful inclusion. And then I ask the question, can the contemporary bureaucracies in the world effect complex change similar to that is what is required of inclusive education? And so I call for a new theoretical framework in the system of education. And finally, I call for a social justice model. So in terms of the class issue, John Dewey told us 100 years ago that when children get into education, they have the opportunity to escape from the limitations of a social group. Now, you and I know this hasn't materialized. It has particular implications for inclusive education. So what I'm arguing is, let's move away from the rhetoric of inclusive education and let's make it possible. In the United Kingdom, in the United States, and in South Africa, there are many learners that live below the poverty line. And many of these communities and many of these children, in my opinion, have not been sufficiently looked at in terms of what the implications of their socialization in life has for an alternative pedagogy. So there's no relationship between the characteristics of communities and a pedagogy. And this is very important for inclusive education. And let me try to explain why this is very important for inclusive education. If you have a curriculum that sifts and rejects, and you have a segregated system, and you have policies in the education system where you want to implement inclusive education that has conceptual dissonance with inclusive education, how are you going to include children with disabilities? So in other words, one of the interventions has been universal design for learning. We must ask the question, how many countries in the world have a curriculum that's consistent with universal design for learning, or what they say UDL? Because what UDL does is it allows participants in the learning process to express themselves in diverse ways. And also, more importantly, to acquire knowledge in diverse ways. Now, that's not a common practice across the world. If it was a common practice across the world, you wouldn't have a problem with reading. You wouldn't have a problem with numeracy. So so once again, when I started this presentation, I mentioned to you that if you want an inclusive education system, you have to make sure that your theoretical framework is right, your assumptions are right, your morals are right, your tools are right, and your practices are right. So to take that a bit further, the entire education system has to be shaped by that framework of thinking and practice. So in other words, there has to be structural adjustments, there has to be programmatic adjustments, there have to be budgetary adjustments. And from the work I have done, I don't think I've seen that, right? So here we have a group of people in Rotary where there's a great passion for inclusive education. And I think we have a huge body of sociological knowledge on inclusive education, but it hasn't been translated into a pedagogy. So I'm asking those questions. Now, how do we do that? And I think in terms of moving forward, we need to examine in the UK, which is a first world country, the United States, which is the biggest economy in the world, if I'm correct. And then you look at a country like South Africa, there are so many similarities in terms of the performance of the system when you look at vulnerable learners. And so the point of departure in terms of your framework and in terms of your assumption is to address vulnerability. Now, let's take a system like Norway, right, which is a very egalitarian society. But look at the framework of inclusive education, look at the Salamanca Statement, look at the broad theoretical assumptions of inclusive education. There's no relationship between that and the organogram of the Norwegian Education Department. It is still structured and at a level of the organogram as a dual system, right? And the same applies to the United States, and the same applies to the United Kingdom, big first world countries. So in the big picture, you know, one's point of departure has to be the level and the state of marginalization and alienation of children in the system, right? So a lot of the children who have experienced barriers to learning often don't finish school, often become victims in a society where they are not celebrated. So what I'm arguing is that we need to bring these children to the center of the system. Now, I've noticed, you know, global leaders talk about inclusive education and so on. And I think what global leaders need to ask is, from the Salamanca Statement, how much of progress have we made with inclusive education? So let me just also share with you that, you know, I grew up in apartheid South Africa. And my politics of identity is about trying to advocate for a liberatory pedagogy where there's meaningful change, where if you ask the question, if we make this policy decision, will it contribute to inclusive education? If we employ people, will this result in inclusive education? If we budget, will this result in inclusive education? If we develop a curriculum, will this result in inclusive education? What conceptual framework exists within the system to embrace inclusive education? Because it's very easy to romanticize the notion of inclusive education, but it doesn't have a practical transformation of the system, because we really haven't thought about this. So, there is a lot of injustices in the world. And I think, in my opinion, and what I write in my book, is that the greatest injustice in the world is when a child is not given a fair chance to experience success in the education system. And the inclusive education movement has advanced this notion of social justice and equality and so on, where children benefit from the policies and practices in education system. But if you look at the contemporary debates in the world today, particularly in societies that experience inequality, we have not made much progress. There are children in the United Kingdom that don't go to school. There's a major problem with children in the United States regarding drugs, regarding attendance at schools, regarding pass rates, and so on. Inclusive education is not only about disability. Inclusive education includes all the vulnerable populations in the education system. So let me say to you that people who have worked in the area of social justice, such as Bowles and Gintis in the United States, Pierre Bourdieu in France, Paul Willis in the UK, Diane Ray in the UK, Stephen Ball in the UK, Basil Bernstein on curriculum. And you know what all these people say? That schools in 2024 reproduce the status quo. Education systems across the world reproduce the status quo and reproduce inequality on a daily basis. So let me just talk about some practical examples here. In the UK, in some places, the challenge is, one of the biggest challenges is domestic violence. Other studies, for example, studies at Oxford have found that the greatest determinant of learning outcomes is maternal qualifications. If you look at those two factors, it tells you that in a first world country, in a developed country, a lot of progress has not been made with women, right? If your biggest indicator of success is maternal qualifications and your biggest problem is domestic violence. So what I also say in my book is that education bureaucracies have a way of constructing a false narrative. And that false narrative overlooks systemic inequalities inherent in education systems, such as socioeconomic disparities, cultural bias, unequal access to resources. And so the issue of disability is a curriculum issue. There is no special society when you become an adult. Schools must be able to contextualize their curriculum within the lived reality of people and the challenges those people are confronted with in their societies. And so if you do that, that's, I think, the most significant issue in terms of creating access to the education system. In my opinion, we have not removed the significant barriers to learning that learners experience. Not only disabled learners, because inclusion is not only about disability, it's about all vulnerable groups. And I haven't seen a curriculum across the world that is able to depart from the sifting and rejecting philosophy. As educationists, I think the most important thing to do is to look at the learner in a context, not as an individual, not look at the family as a unit, not look at individuals in isolation from their environment. You need to contextualize where the learners come from, what challenges the environment poses, and our schools can provide access to learning and teaching. So another point I want to make is that a curriculum can either give access or limit access, right? So let's talk about curriculum in schooling terms as everything that's got to do about teaching and learning. How much of work has been done in the foundation phase in schools across the world, not only in South Africa, across the world, to address the contextual realities that children face? I just mentioned domestic violence. I mentioned maternal qualifications. That's research findings. There's drugs. There's alcohol. There's environments that prevent access. There's a curriculum that serves the elite in education. It is known across the world that our mainstream curriculum, not only in South Africa, is a curriculum that serves the elite. So we are in a situation where we have this, we have wonderful global movements like Rotary that promote a human rights culture in schools, but the tendency of these of bureaucracies is to ignore the kind of philosophy and practice that inclusive education requires of us. Now, I have to emphasize this point. Max Weber told us 100 years ago, 150 years ago, that bureaucracies were never designed for transformation. Virtually every country in the world is a bureaucracy. Bureaucracies are designed to maintain the status quo. Then you have a philosophy and practice like inclusive education that is conceptually different from inclusive education in terms of its how we conceptualize it and how we practice it. So if you name me one country in the world that has conceptualized inclusive education and it has implications for every education policy in that country, I will be surprised. So let's just talk about the issue of vulnerability and literacy and numeracy in 3 countries. Let's look at the United States, let's look at the United Kingdom, and let's look at South Africa. In 2019, the Office for Ofsted, this office that's involved with evaluation in England, spoke about narrowing the playing fields by adopting the cultural capital principle. But in 2024, the cultural capital principle has not been translated into practice in the curriculum in the UK. I see many reports about poor literacy and numeracy performance in the United States. And the education policy planners in the bureaucracy have not provided any theoretical tools or practical tools to empower teachers in the education system to compensate for the lack of cultural or social capital amongst teachers, where the education system ignores the issue of cultural capital in the way children are socialized into education. So if you look at Bernstein doesn't appear in any of the debates in the UK. And hardly ever when people talk about why children perform poorly in the United States. He talks about elaborated codes in education. He talks about social background. And he talks about education systems that reproduce social inequalities. And what they do is they reproduce social inequalities by embedding dominant class structures into their communication modes in the schooling system, right? And in all the debates and discussions, I haven't heard this across the world, right? So if Rotary and other organizations in the world want to advance a truly inclusive education system, we have to ask some fundamental questions about what does inclusive education mean for education systems? What do they mean for the people who implement inclusive education in the country? What does it mean in terms of influencing other policy areas in education that are inconsistent or have conceptual dissonance with inclusive education? The people that translate policy into practice, what are their fundamental assumptions about education? And what is a model of inclusive education in an education system in any country in the world? So when I started, I said that the power of special education still imposes itself in terms of how people see this education system as a dual education system, right? If we're having this conversation in October 2024 about advancing inclusive education system in the world, so many decades after the Salamanca Statement, we have to examine what progress have we made in inclusive education and why isn't that progress sufficient? Why are countries unable to be successful with the sustainable development goals? SDG 4 is inclusive education. What are the constraints that countries are experiencing in terms of implementing inclusive education? So when I was asked to speak today, I thought very seriously about this, right? Because I don't want to speak in a superficial way. Because I think education in the world is dominated by politics. Education has been politicized. I think education has been commodified. And I think education systems are influenced by patronage. And there isn't a commitment to human rights and social justice. So let me stop there and entertain some questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to hear you, Dr. Sigamoni. Your presentation was brilliant and made us to think about it so much. We have 3 questions. I will read the first one. Could you please give us some examples showing how liberatory pedagogy can be implemented?
Okay, you want me to respond?
Oh, please, go ahead.
No. So I think if you want a liberatory pedagogy, then you need to transform how we understand education. We need to create access in the education system for learners. If you want to create access for learners in the education system, then you must allow learners to be able to express themselves in diverse ways, and you have to assess learners in diverse ways. You can't have the curriculum as a social construct that privileges certain learners at the expense of diversity. So in my opinion, you need a model of education that embeds social justice principles. And so when you ask the question, what is a liberatory pedagogy? A liberatory pedagogy is a pedagogy that celebrates diversity, that celebrates equality and equity, that celebrates being a human being.
Yes, thank you. And the second question, just go further of your words. And how do you believe that social justice framework offer concrete, actionable strategies that inform curriculum design, classroom practices, and systematic planning?
So let's start with systematic planning, and let's start with systems change. So if you implement social justice, you'll have to ask the question, if I make this decision, will it reduce inequality? If I make this decision, does the practice become more inclusive? So in a nutshell, you need social justice principles to be embedded in any curriculum planning and thinking. So at a very practical level, in terms of actionable strategies, your curriculum has to be contextualized within the lived reality of people in a country. So if so many children can't learn to read and can't learn to write, and so many children drop out of school, what kind of curriculum is that? Right? It means that the system is imposing barriers on children getting access to education. So if you want actionable strategies, you've got to start with the curriculum in any school, anywhere in the world, whether it's the UK, the US, South Africa, because teachers need to understand that the children they teach, and they have to understand that education is about love, it's about humanity, and it's about creating a better world for everybody.
Yes, you almost make me cry. And we have a third question. And the third question is, how do you understand that your research that you have done, mainly in Cape Town, can address the same problems worldwide?
So the one common phenomenon that we have with the rest of the world is inequality. If you show me any country in the world where there's no inequality, I'll be very surprised. Even the Scandinavian countries have some level of inequality, although they're supposed to be egalitarian societies. But if you look at the income gap amongst the rich and the poor in the United States, it's huge. If you look at the UK, it's huge. If you look at South Africa, it's huge. So when I did my work, I looked at the mistakes in those systems and the challenges in those systems. And that's why in my presentation, I spoke about Ofsted, and I spoke about Stephen Ball, who comes from the UK. I spoke about Barbs and Ginders from the United States, their research. I spoke about Diane Ray, who's a sociology professor at the University of Cambridge, excuse me, who was working class herself, and the work done by Marsden and Jackson in 1962 in the UK. I mean, all these systems are victims of the politicization of education. All these systems are victims of the commodification of education. All these systems are based on patronage. And unless we don't change our fundamental thinking about education, John Dewey said that if you're born in a class, you can enjoy social mobility if you have education. Nelson Mandela said that if a child born in a peasant family can become the president of the country, if we follow the essence of education, I think globally we've lost the essence of education. It's become a commodity. And tell me if that's not true of virtually every country in the world. We're no different in South Africa.
I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with you, and you know that. As a member of Rotary Club, and in this special club that is international and globally, we have seen exactly what you said around the world. And now my personal question, can I make it, Dr. Sigamoni?
Sure.
How do you think that we can work together to change this? I mean, to change this mindset regarding education around the world. I believe it's a long-term journey, but we must start from some point. And what would be this point, this starting point?
I think we need to have a narrative in education that basically is based on the essence of being human. And the essence of being human is love. And if the essence of being human is love, then every practice in education will embrace humanity, will recognize the value of human beings as special, as important, as wonderful, as a creation of this universe, rather than being objects. And so in my book, I say those things, right? And so somebody asked me the question, I made a presentation yesterday, and they said to me, well, we live in a capitalist world, and how can you change it? I think that's not having hope. We as educationists, we should always have hope, and we should always base our decisions and our planning and our thinking on the principle of love for humanity.
Jeremy, do we have time for one more question?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I just received another question here, and the question is, how do you, Dr. Sigamoni, correlate your approach to education or your proposal to education to deal with the climate issues?
You see, in my opinion, the climate issues are being caused by big capital. And the climate issues, when they have meetings around climate and make decisions around climate, the people who are most influential in those decision-making processes are people who have a vested interest in business and accumulating wealth. And I think that we need to educate the population. And when we develop narratives in education, you ask the question, how do we change? When we develop a narrative in education, we need to take care of the environment. We need to show love to the universe. I think we need to reframe our thinking about the world, right? Because I think I think in the world today, there is a contestation between spiritualism versus materialism. And I think over the last 10 decades, materialism has relegated spiritualism. And I think we need to inject spiritualism into education as it concerns any debate, whether it's climate, whether it's inclusive education. We need to change the way we see education. And so I think that's the only hope we can give to the children that are following us and the younger people that are following us. Because we owe it to the children of a future world to create an environment that celebrates humanity. I don't think we celebrate humanity at the moment. We destroy humanity. And climate is the major problem that we'll encounter in the next 30 years. If not already.
Yes, and I do agree with you, and I believe that our hope is education, and the education based in love, as you said, love as the basic concept and the fundamental concept to all things that we have to do in our lives. Thank you so much, Dr. Sigamoni. I do believe a lot of people will enjoy your presentation, and I hope you'll have other opportunities to discuss this further. Jeremy,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Before
Thank you.
anybody leaves this portion of the webinar, one, thank you both very much. That was absolutely beautiful. I have a lot of thoughts and my own questions, but one thing as we were talking that I realized in regards to inclusion is that we launched off in my eagerness to get us going. I neglected to give a visual description of myself, and I was wondering if both of you would be willing to do that before I take over, and then I'll do my visual description after you guys.
Jeremy, I forgot to, I'm sorry, yes, and I'm sorry to everyone. And so I am a woman, 59 years old, a white woman. I'm wearing glasses, a short hair, a very short hair, kind of gray hair. Okay, go ahead, Dr. Sigamoni, please.
So Jeremy, if I get you right, I need to explain who I am.
To describe yourself, Dr. Sigamoni.
Yeah.
Yes, simply
Okay.
to describe what you feel is important for anybody who perhaps can't see the webinar to have a perspective of who you are.
Yeah. Okay. I've gone on in age at the moment, and so I've spent a lot of years in education. I have a lot of gray hair and I have a beard, and but that doesn't stop me from fighting for inclusive education, social justice. And I am a South African. In South Africa, they would say my ancestry is Indian, but I'm a South African. I'm a citizen of the world, and I love inclusion.
Thank you very much. I want to say that while I am a late 40s white male with graying coppery colored hair, what was once fairly red, is also long. I am wearing a black t-shirt. The background behind me is kind of the wooded backyard where I am lucky enough to live. But I am also struck as I look at our images on the screen that with a few more years and a really dark tan, I think it would be hard to tell both myself and Dr. Sigamoni apart. So I find that interesting, being from opposite sides of the world. I think there's something important in that. So do either of you have any closing thoughts that you want to share in our last 5 minutes? I will refrain from asking any of my questions because I feel it's important you get a few last moments if there's anything else you want to share.
Dr. Sigamone, you are our guest. Please make the final comments.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Maria, and thank you, Jeremy. And thank you, the organizers of the conference. I appreciate having a presence here. I just want to say, you know what? We must fight the good fight. And sometimes it's not going to give you the kudos to get a promotion and to drive a Mercedes Benz and have a house on the beach. But fighting the good fight is what we need to do. Because when you plant the seeds, it'll always grow. And we live a short life in this world. There's 8 billion people. The world is very old. We have a few years to live. So in that time that we have, we must make the lives of other people better. And so I encourage you to do that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sigamone. And I agree with all these words, and I hope a lot of people can hear you. Thank you. Jeremy, it's yours.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what's happened. Jeremy just okay. So thank you to all to be here with us today. And I hope everybody enjoyed our conversation, our presentation. Hope see you next time. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was interesting. I just got pulled away into the ether for just a moment, but I have returned. Thank you. And I again thank you so much. So one thing as we were listening to that I kept thinking about is education. I kind of view as water. Water follows the easiest path, but eventually it permeates everything. In the United States, I grew up in a time when people with disabilities being educated in public schools was just becoming something that the federal government was requiring through legislation. And how that was approached in that time was special education that was the term, and it was being taught in what used to be the supply room next to the boiler room. Now we are in a time where that has certainly changed. And I believe that us coming to a point where globally we are all connected and able to have this conversation so that we can go beyond those concepts of special education to truly inclusive education. It's a shame that it's taken us to 2024, but let's celebrate that we're here and that we're able to start moving these concepts forward. So with that in mind, our next session is going to be talking about effective inclusive education curriculum. And just as the last speaker addressed policies, this next speaker's curriculum is going to talk about curriculum needs and how that needs to work hand in hand with policy. In many cases, the curriculum is the backbone of the success of the program. Our next speaker will address that, and Dan Roeder from the United States is going to moderate that session. Dan, please join us and tell us a little bit about yourself and perhaps introduce the speaker and get us going.
Yeah, so my name is Dan Roeder, and I am the Chief Academic Officer for the David Z Foundation, where we transform lives through the magic of music. And I am very, very pleased to introduce you to Stephen Ayuno. And I practiced your name 14 times, and I'll see if I'll say it right. You have to be honest to me when I bring you up. But I just want to say we're in for a treat for this discussion about curriculum. And we're really looking at curriculum for a lot of different areas behind it. I am personally very interested in differentiation and how we can take a curriculum and modify and adapt it and make sure that it is accessible. But Stephen, I think, is going to take us a little bit deeper into the design and the implementation and all of this magical world of curriculum and how it ties together to create an inclusive experience for all students. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the mic to you, Stephen. And did I say your name right or no?
Just perfect.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you so much.
How kind.
All right, and passing it off to you.
Thank you so much. And really just to begin by saying it's such a privilege and a joy to be with everybody here as part of the Global Inclusive Education Summit for 2024 under the Rotary Club of World Disability Advocacy. Just very briefly to introduce myself, my name is Stephen. Before entering education, I worked as a civil servant in the UK and in Africa and the Middle East for a UK NGO. I've served in pretty much every category of school: selective, non-selective, special, co-ed, single sex, boarding, day, senior, junior, even nursery. In the classroom, I was an English teacher for 15 years. I was the head of a boarding and day school. I've trained new heads in the UK and senior European teachers under the EU Erasmus Plus programme. And I'm now the group curriculum director at Cavendish Education, which is a family of 14 schools educating some 1,600 neurodivergent students between the ages of 5 and 21. Each Cavendish school has a unique profile and a unique community of students, falling broadly into the categories of specific learning difficulties, SPLD, autism, AC, social, emotional, and mental health, SEMH. So although I speak at this moment from a special schools environment, what I say applies directly and equally to inclusive mainstream schools, and I hope across the world. And listening to the summit so far today, I may well reflect some of the themes that have already been articulated. To provide a little context, here are a few key features of the educational and social circumstances in the UK for you to compare and contrast with your own. Right now, the UK educational system for special needs is struggling. Nearly 1 in 5 UK students has some form of acknowledged special educational need. Post-COVID, more children are reaching early years without the expected level of speech, language, and communication development. So there's an ever-increasing pipeline. Government funding for special education maxed out long ago. Teachers and other classroom staff can be thin on the ground and of mixed quality. Outcomes for special needs students nationally are poor. Fewer than 20% of UK adults with an autism diagnosis are in any paid employment. That figure is only 6% for people with a learning disability known to their local authority. I suspect that I'm mirroring something of what many of you are experiencing. And before we get to the meat and potatoes of this slot, let's briefly mention words. Different countries and different sectors within education use a variety of everyday and technical terms in respect of education generally and of inclusive and special education in particular. The definitions and resonances of words can vary enormously. We can use different words to describe the same thing, and using the same word, we can mean different things by it. At Cavendish, we try, at least internally, to adopt a vocabulary that helps point in the right direction. Here's one example. Many of the external organizations and people we engage with use the term ASD, Autism Spectrum Disorder. The word autism is fine. But if I'm a young autistic person, it's not so helpful to me to be told that I'm defined as someone who has a disorder. It suggests that my autism might be a species of disorderliness on my part, when that's plainly not the case. Even the word spectrum is problematic, suggesting that autism is a linear condition, better at one end and worse at the other. No, it's a complex, multidimensional and dynamic phenomenon with its own values. So this talk comes with a lexical health warning, as I suspect does the whole summit. And I'm happy to be in dialogue afterwards with anyone here attending the summit to clear up any confusion resulting from language, should that be helpful. So the topic I've been given today is the effective, inclusive education curriculum. When I train head teachers, I often stress that crucial to their role as head is what I call permanent ecosystem management. Every school, every class, every colleague, every student is a newly developed, unique creature, freshly presented to us every day. The set of students and staff making up the school, rather like the component elements of a coral reef, multiple organisms as a single entity, is constantly mutating. So leaders of schools must constantly fine-tune the curriculums they create and deliver to ensure that they are in harmony with the often subtle shifts in their community and its members. Indeed, let me just further redefine the word curriculum, if only for our purposes today. The good old Oxford English Dictionary defines it as a regular course of study. But for me, while it does include that, it extends well beyond. For me, it means every single interaction that we have with our students. No, more than that. It means every moment of a student's experience while under our responsibility, which includes not just being on the receiving end of, say, a biology lesson on a Tuesday morning, but also queuing with my peers at lunchtime, or even just going down an empty corridor at break time. Formal moments and informal moments, curriculum, supervised time and unsupervised time, curriculum, everywhere, curriculum. So while I shall focus principally on the formal dimension, please keep the non-formal dimension in your mind. Now, what you might regard as my crazily wide definition of curriculum has various implications. And there's one implication I need to get out front and center. And that is that there is no single correct curriculum in either the restricted or the extended sense of the word. There is no single correct curriculum that must be adopted. There's no curricular silver bullet. So in some ways, I want to fundamentally challenge our conventional sense of what curriculum is. In Greek mythology, Procrustes forced his visitors to fit an iron guest bed he'd made for them, either by chopping off their limbs if they were too big for the bed, or by stretching them if they were too small. Disastrous either way. An inflexible, predetermined, imposed curriculum is a Procrustean bed for our students. And I want to speak strongly, but pragmatically against that. And what I shall do is try to tease out some key approaches for you when you create a curriculum and think a little bit about how you evolve it. So we're now entering the first core part of this slot. The Cavendish website, not written by me, says, at the heart of Cavendish education is a commitment to enabling all our students to thrive when they're with us and after they leave us. Empowering students with confidence in their own abilities and worth is a crucial driver of the Cavendish education. Now, as I scan across the special education horizon, I often see a set of professionals overwhelmingly focusing their attention and the students' attention on the learning difficulties, the barriers, the disabilities of the students. And in very many ways, that's exactly as it should be. Except that that needs focus is necessary but not sufficient. Our function is to be the expert at supporting and guiding students as they address those difficulties. But at exactly the same time, we should at least equally be the expert at identifying and optimizing the value of the unique strengths of our students. There's a caravan metaphor I sometimes use. Just run with it. You're in a car towing a caravan or a heavy trailer. What do you do if the caravan starts to sway or snake? First of all, what should you not do? Do not snatch at the wheel to try to compensate. Sharp changes of direction make things worse. Do not hit the brakes. Hard braking increases snaking. Do keep the car pointing forward. Do very gently start to accelerate. If you create and maintain a controlled acceleration, the caravan falls back into line and you make good progress. Here's a tiny example. Early in my teaching career in an inclusive mainstream school was a boy aged 14, severely dyslexic, who struggled with his place in the school community for lots of reasons. One day, by pure happen chance, I gave him the part of a funny policeman in a school play. Many of my very best actors over the years have been seriously dyslexic. He did brilliantly. His peers admired his performance on stage, and through it, he at last gained their respect. His whole self-identity was transformed. He began to gain a sense of a place in the community that he had never had. He started to engage with educational tasks and to achieve in ways that had been impossible for him. His barriers were still there, but he became enabled. For me, it is absolutely critical that we search for the strengths of our students and focus on them. If the caravan is wobbling, don't slam on the brakes, find the accelerator. So here's principle number one. Your curriculum must ensure that you find the strengths of a disabled, disadvantaged SEN student and drive those strengths forward. And this leads us straight to principle two, which is all about asking the right questions before we begin to create a curriculum. As a teacher, when I first encounter a new group of students, I don't simply launch into some pre-existing scheme of work or syllabus. My first task is to understand my students. So principle two, properly understand each student from the word go. There's no point in teaching inappropriate materials in an inappropriate way to the wrong person. The what and how I teach should be determined by whom I am teaching. Ask the who question as far as you can, even before the student comes on to roll. Your student admissions process is another separate topic, raising major but different questions beyond my remit today. Now, let's imagine that a student is newly enrolled at your school. Your first task is to evaluate that student, to baseline that student. And this baselining, I suggest, is likely to have a number of dimensions. Firstly, it's likely you'll have to do it for yourself. It's often problematic relying on others. Almost all Cavendish students arrive with something called an Education, Health and Care Plan, EHCP. That's an official UK document assembled by the local government. But like much formal paperwork associated with our students, EHCPs can be imperfect, incomplete, out of date, mutually incompatible with other documents. So characteristically, it's our responsibility as the school to make for each student our own independent, sufficient, professional evaluation of them. A full-barreled educational psychologist report on every applicant would be great, but can be costly and impracticable. We mostly have to perform the task for ourselves in a way that is simple, internally consistent, and pragmatic. It's the phrase, better roughly right than precisely wrong. So baselining for us consists of the following four core components. Assessments of innate capacity in terms of literacy and numeracy. Here, I don't need to find out whether a student has or has not been taught, let's say, improper fractions. That can come later. I need to find out their innate capacity, regardless of what they have so far been taught. You can choose from scores of available platforms. Thirdly and fourthly, assessments of learning style and personality type. You just need to find platforms that work for you, suited to the age and character of your students. There are plenty of tools out there. I then want to put these 4 measures, innate literacy, innate numeracy, personality, learning style, alongside the SEN diagnosis or diagnoses of each student to establish a concrete, specific definition of the core shape of each student and of their future potential. So I still don't construct my curriculum, not yet. Before I do that, I now need to project this student forward in time to adulthood. Principle 3, make an estimate in broad terms of what generic role in society each student should ideally be capable of filling. Here in England, I live near to 2 places. GCHQ, that's the British version of the US National Security Agency, and a canal. Now imagine, very simplistically, I have a student who has autism and a mind cognitively in the top 4th percentile. GCHQ is full of incredibly intelligent staffers who are autistic. So there is the kind of job my top percentile autistic student can have. Of course, my student needs to gain whatever skills and qualifications are required to access this sort of elite job. But as a school, I know what those skills and qualifications are or should be. And because I am an expert, I know how to deliver them. Now, imagine, still simplistically, a second student, also autistic, but with a very low cognitive capacity. On the canal near me, there are 2 canal locks that have to be manned to allow barges through. The job of the lockkeeper, an essential job, is highly repetitive, but highly responsible and respected. Both of those students can and should have an honored, functioning place in the world that is right for them. My point is that we should believe and we should build our curriculums upon the belief that our students all can have a place within society, a respected place of contribution, remuneration, dignity, worth. For most of our students, when they arrive, the messaging that they have previously received is concentrated on the things that have gone wrong, not on the things that have got right. The system has failed them, but they see themselves as having failed the system. And that impacts on their internal self-fulfilling narrative, on the story they tell themselves and about their prospects. We have to convincingly change that internal narrative through the curriculum. So do I say to each of these 2 students of mine, hey, sorry, mate, your chances of playing a meaningful and fulfilling role in society are pretty remote, not worth trying? Or do I say to them, I know just the kind of person you are, and that's fantastic because I can show you the roles that people like you can and do play in society. You have a future. We know how to get you there. Let's get on with it. We must always take the long view and the constructive view of our students. and we must actively communicate to them that long, constructive view. So now there are 3, maybe 4 things I want to say about curriculums. Firstly, a strange throwaway statement. In some important respects, it doesn't matter one jot what the precise content of a curriculum is. Confucius in Shandong, Avicenna in Bukhara, Benjamin Franklin in Boston, the content of the curriculums they each received could not have been more different. But they were all educated. So let's not get too hung up about the presence or absence of particular content items in a curriculum. In school, we have all the relevant student data. So now is the moment to create the curriculum that will take each student from where they are to where they can be. Each curriculum should be deliberately unique to that student with its own long-term outcome target. Let's not, like Procrustes, impose an inappropriate, ill-fitting curriculum on the wrong student. The right curriculum for the right student. I would dearly have wanted to discuss target setting and progress tracking, but such a huge topic will need another talk. An example, if you want one, is perhaps the PAGS profile assessment and goal setting platform, which Felicia Gibson, who chaired the first panel session, can tell you about. Let me offer you principle 4. Your curriculum is your pedagogy. In the words of Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. Without an appropriate and effective way of delivering it, the content of your curriculum is nothing. It's like being a shopkeeper who has a stocked warehouse, but no shop. For our students, conventional, mainstream style curriculums and teaching are failing them, usually because being neurodivergent, they think and operate in non-mainstream ways, and or their social relations and their social skills have inhibited their learning. If my difficulty lies not in my cognition, but in how I relate to the teacher and how I relate to my fellow students and how I self-regulate, then just piling more and more conventional curriculum content on me or abandoning me is simply no use. The absolute first core of my curriculum is to develop effective skills in relating to others and in self-regulation. Then and only then can I crack on with that cognition and learning stuff. So I'm now going to offer you a series of deeply considered concepts I'm calling side notes to those principles, and I hope they will stimulate thought and debate. And these side notes are united by the belief that it is possible to do everything with everything. And what I mean by that will emerge in the next few minutes. Side note 1. Curriculum is an integrated balance of personal skills, academic skills, practical skills, content. Covering content without forming academic, practical, personal skills is absurd. And skills without content is pointless. But skills must come early. I once taught A-level English. That's a high-stakes terminal exam taken at the age of 18 after a course of 5 teaching terms studying demanding set literary texts. The curriculum content was the set texts. But for the first 3 terms of study, I never touched them. We did totally other stuff. Fun, apparently random, actually highly structured other stuff to ensure that the hard grind of skills development happened in safe and different places. And then come the 4th term, total joy when we did get to address the set texts. By then, the students had the skills they needed to breeze through the curriculum content with an astonishing mastery, freshness, and independence. You can do everything with everything. Side note 2, think about therapy as education and education as therapy. All of our schools make therapeutic provision for the students, but we have moved away from a disconnected model where therapy and education and curriculum are alongside but too separate from one another. We've shifted to a much more connected model where the teaching, the curriculum, is informedly therapeutic and where therapy is educative. You can do everything with everything. Side note 3. Outdoor education is magic. You can and should deploy outdoor education as a key vehicle for curricular delivery. Maths, physics, engineering, biology, ecology, botany, geology, geography, art, history, English, drama, nutrition, they're all better if, at least in part, students engage with them outdoors. And you'll all have your own versions of the UK's Duke of Edinburgh Awards scheme, the Combined Cadet Force, many, many other excellently structured, progressively certificated programs that take students out of that classroom where for hours on end they are cabin, cribbed, confined, bound in by us. Your curriculum should enable and require your students to engage directly with the real physical world and the real social world. Mens sana in corpore sano, a healthy mind in a healthy body. Just one indicator, by the age of 10, in the UK, 37% of children are overweight or obese. It's bad now, and it's bad for the future. So we are starting to prioritize target-focused physical education as part of the curriculum in its own right. And at another summit, we might address what nutritional psychiatry tells us. Animals in the outdoors. Our schools increasingly prioritize animal care in a way that is responsibility focused and qualification focused. Students working with animals build empathy, practice responsibility, learn how to gain trust and build relationships. One of our schools is actually a working farm. You can do everything with everything. Side note 4. Language and social communication are vital for our students. Our schools are encouraged to foreground the performing and creative arts in their curriculums, including music, drama, art, photography, film, and also modern foreign languages. For autistic students, these activities provide a strong foundation of non-nuanced, non-figurative communication. With drama, coded, nuanced, and figurative communication, involving safe, purposeful group interactions. One of our autism schools even teaches British Sign Language to all students. It's beautiful. And it's brought an astonishing subtlety and quietness to communication in the school. And as just one main example, music is brilliant at showing how it is possible to do everything with everything. Let me dwell on this just a little. I happen to play the flute. Now, what would it be like if I were a young autistic student with issues including motor skills, social interaction, coding? Now, the flute is very physical. It involves the whole body, diaphragm and lungs, the balance system, the mouth cavity, tongue, lips, ears, eyes, fine motor skills, fingers, everything, all at once. To play the flute, I have to do sustained practice, generic practice of the fine motor skills of routine scales and so on, practice of the integration of the whole body, specific practice of ensemble pieces. And when I play with others, they have to read and connect in two very different ways. I read the printed music, not just mechanically, but musically, reading the articulation of the notes, the phrasing, pitch, tone, dynamics, rhythm, connecting with what the dots on the page really intend. And I read my fellow musicians. I read them orally with my ears to hear what and how they're playing. And I read them visually to interpret what their spontaneous physical cues are telling me. If I make a mistake, I have to work to realign my playing with theirs. We have to help one another. We have to connect. It's well known from research that students who follow a music curriculum characteristically have higher standardized test scores and better outcomes, and that music curriculums are closely linked to cognitive enhancement because of those transferable skills such as discipline, concentration, time management, mutual learning. Playing in an ensemble, singing in a choir requires individual dedication and shared cooperation and perseverance. Music curriculums boost creativity, beneficial in problem solving and creative thinking across all subjects and activities. They address issues such as processing auditory information, phonetic competence. Reading sheet music involves decoding symbols and translating them into actions. And the rhythmic dimension of music assists auditory processing. It addresses problematic visual processing, decoding, quantitative and ratio management. With its inherent mathematicality, combined with the practical kinesthesia of performance, music provides a unique means of improving mathematical understanding. Rhythmic patterns, type signatures, cross rhythms, transposition, modulation, they all involve mathematical principles that give students a better grasp of numbers and how they combine. Music is the gift that keeps giving. The structured nature of music theory requires abstract thinking and pattern recognition. That enhances logic and problem-solving skills. The appreciation of diverse musical styles and cultures, discovery of connections between apparently very different genres, encourages open-mindedness and cultural awareness. It fosters a well-rounded, empathetic individual. Therapeutically, music offers students emotional and psychological benefits. Its power to evoke and shape emotions enables students to learn to identify and channel their feelings constructively. The collaborative nature of music making strengthens social bonds, reduces feelings of alienation. This sense of inclusion and shared purpose, characterized by cooperation and peer support, profoundly impacts on students' self-worth, on their sense of belonging within the school community, on their life capabilities. Music is magic. You can do everything with everything. Side note 5. Computers and compost. Someone I much respect recently remarked that only 2 things matter today: computers and compost. And he's right. We have earlier glanced implicitly at compost in our previous remarks on outdoor education. And it goes without saying that we must maximally digitally upskill every young person. The Cavendish Schools are launching a structured upgrading of all students' digital skills using a formal digital competence framework. And with emerging AI today, we stand right on the threshold of opportunities to provide absolutely personalized, accelerated learning programs and curriculums for individual students bespoke to them. In parallel, we've launched a digital skills competency framework for all staff members. Side note 6. Essentials are essential. Curriculum content cannot be plowed through without the basics. Another very quick anecdote. In 2020, the schooling of a young family member of mine was near collapse. He was close to being functionally innumerate, and then COVID hit. So I taught him maths online. And at the start, every response he gave me was either, I don't know, or I can't remember. But the core of his maths problem was that he'd never mastered basic number manipulation. And without the basics, all other mathematical activity was inaccessible to him. So we did multiplication tables, division tables, mental arithmetic. Our curricular content was nothing else, but we did it sitting, standing, dancing, speaking, singing, laughing, crying, anyway. And after several extraordinary, highly repetitive, but joy-filled weeks, he started to master the art of number manipulation. The impossible had been achieved. Suddenly, he could freely and effectively address previously inaccessible mathematical activities, which liberated him not just in maths, but also in other subjects. Essentials are essential. So let me end by briefly recapping what I want to say about curriculum building for inclusive education in mainstream schools and for specialist schools alike. Feel free, please, to question and challenge anything. Each curriculum should be personalized to consciously reflect the strengths and flight path requirements of each student. Each curriculum should be founded on who and what each student is, should use that understanding to predicate a meaningful life goal with and for each student, should use that understanding and that life goal to configure their personalized curriculum, and should recognize that curriculum without pedagogy is nothing. Never be Procrustes. As you build your personal curriculums, I encourage you for yourself to reflect on how everything in school is curriculum, how best to integrate skills and content within your curriculum, on how therapy and education can best coexist and even coalesce, on the magic of the outdoors and of the living world, on the centrality of language and communication, on the engulfing digital universe that's coming towards us, on what is truly essential, on how you can do everything with everything to enable our students to be fully resourced, fully living, fully engaged members of society. Thank you very much.
Wow, Stephen, do I know a cue when I hear one? Just like that resounding cadence to what you just said of you can do everything with everything. And that was such a beautiful spine to this whole conversation. And now I kind of know why we're matched up as moderator and speaker, because you just ended with this powerhouse evidence base on music. And that's obviously one of my passions, as you know. But just within the context of that baseline assumption of you can do everything with everything, I think there is a call that we have as all educators, but I think certainly special educators are just kind of have this as a norm, that you're going to get extra pieces thrown into the puzzle every day, and then you're going to have some pieces that break a little, and then some pieces that have to be reshaped and reformed. And I think those 4 protocols that you just went through and reviewed so beautifully really back up the statement that you can do everything with everything. So we just have to first see the humans in the room. And this is all about curriculum. But I loved what you said, that the curriculum, in your definition, it's not this just a regular unit of study, but it's every single interaction we have with our students. Our curriculum is us, and our curriculum is them. It's the global us. Yeah, right? Yeah. No, so yeah, this is if you're seeing this later on my social media feeds, you're like, yeah, this is kind of what Dan does. I am so invested in that statement that we can see the humans in the room, and then we can do anything and everything. Everything is possible. But the one thing that I've actually been really having a lot of conversations about lately is that we have to have this way, this mechanism where we're inspiring and scaffolding that success for the student after they leave. That's one of the things that I really picked up and keyed in on at the beginning, because you said that an effective curriculum is that course of study while they're with us and after. So it's the and after that they have to then realize they can do everything with everything, and all possibilities are open, and just make that assumption that yes, and here's how I'm going to do it. So you fill in the blanks. We do have a few questions from our audience. Brigitta, sorry if I mispronounced it, is asking on the inclusivity of deaf students. And this is a question that I have as well. The access to language is the first, here's the question, I'll just read it out. They need access to language first, the first thing in their life, in order to be able to learn. How do they access the general curriculum? Today's model using sign language interpreter alongside English captions helps with access to the presentation, and thankful for that. But how do you propose accessibility for all deaf people, especially my big question is with music and in this integration, this inclusion of doing everything with everything. So I think that's a great question.
And it's a great one, and I immediately put my hand up to it being well beyond my area of knowledge and competence. But I think it's a really significant question for if you have a deaf student, they have a very substantial barrier, because that whole language thing is critical to my personal development. And if I have inhibitions, however they may be manifest in my capacity to interchange. I mean, as I say, one of our schools is now teaching every single child British Sign Language, and I think that's a glorious thing, because I think as a society we are not very adept at thinking how we can connect to people. And actually there was a very interesting session earlier in the summit about assistive technology, and I might point the questioner a little bit down there as well, because there was some valuable comments and thoughts and ideas were being proposed there. But there are even in music, one of the critical parts of music, of course, is rhythm, and there's a little bit of a root in there. And I wouldn't want to pretend to be remotely an expert, but I'm very sure there are lots of different ways, because I do totally believe that you can do everything with everything. There are lots of different ways that you can find to make connections, and it's all about making connections. However, whatever that connection is, and whatever the root of the connection is, above all, that's what it is.
Yeah, I want to kind of extrapolate on that a little bit. And I think this opens up the broader question of a word that you brought up early on in the presentation as well, of appropriateness. And I've been always just wondering, what is this word appropriateness, and how do we decide it as a team? Because it's such a subjective word, but it's written into the law, at least in the US, so many times, where we're saying, what is appropriateness? And so I think that kind of opens up a little bit, the question a bit broader is, how do we, not look for all the answers of every situation, but instead we look to the student and say, what do you need? What is appropriate for you?
Yeah. Well, not only just what you need, but what is your possibility? I mean, I think the bit I would really want above all to emphasize is that what we should be doing above all is identifying what that capacity of that young person is. What are the things that they can do given half a chance? If we can get some of the stuff right, if we are the expert at overcoming barriers, what's that innate capacity? And over many years, I've seen so many young people who have either been written off or have been given unreasonably low expectations. And it's no good putting in high expectations if you haven't got the means of making the journey, of doing the traveling. Right. But if you build your flight path, I mean, that's a current term in the UK. If you build your flight path not on what's the system out there, you have to take account of what the system is out there. What are the exam structures? What are the available options, and so on and so forth. But you have to start with where this young person is. Where are they at? Where can they be? What are their issues? Okay, now let's go. And that's for me is the way forward. And I think, again, I don't know what it's like for the rest of the world, but so many of these young people are given these really very negative messages right the way through their formative years. They're explicit messages and implicit messages. Sometimes the implicit messages about you're not very good are more damaging even than the explicit ones. You know? They kind of go in deeper.
And it was, I think you did such a great job of pre-teaching that idea in your was it lexical health warning. I love that phrase. I definitely will use that and attribute it to you, of course. But just where we, it's the language that we choose in speaking about limitations. And often what I've noticed just in teaching special education in the US, there's especially, I'll be speaking later with Dr. Myrie about post-secondary preparation and what things look like for what, you know, how do we navigate that very, very important transition in life where we have a gradual release of responsibility from on your parent or your teacher to you're now in the world, and you know, how are you going to find that agency for yourself? And so I think one of the things that I was thinking of when Bridgetta first asked that question, and thank you for your pronunciation in the chat, in the question and answer, Bridgetta. I immediately thought of this Cambodian folktale, and it's called Silent Lotus. I mean, of course I did. It's called Silent Lotus, and I learned about it on the show Reading Rainbow. And it's about a girl who grew up, she was deaf and nonverbal, but she loved to dance. And so that was her strength. And I loved how you also said, let's look at the strengths and what can we do from there? If we start prescribing a pathway, and that's our language in the US is pathway or career path, something like that, like the flight path. I kind of like that. But if we start being prescriptive instead of descriptive of what their interests are and how we can help them equip themselves, then that's where we start getting into that. This is not appropriate for this student because you know, they're learning the things that they're spending time learning things that won't yield results. But they could be spending that time where we maybe look at a modification. We look at you know, adjusting the curriculum. And you remember, folks, we're talking about curriculum here. We're talking about how this needs to be a living, breathing organism, and you know, the nature of the classroom is being able to say, well, that's not appropriate for this student, and how can we change that? So anyway, in this story. She grows up being told, well, you can't dance, you can't hear the music. And so she just proved them wrong. And that's where you start with that baseline assumption of, well, yes, I can. So she had her ear to the ground, and she was feeling the vibrations and listening in her own way to the music and engaging in the dance. And then the end of the story is she becomes the court's most beloved dancer. So that's the story that I think we need to assume is possible from the beginning. Just my opinion.
and that's a very, very lovely story, and a much less lovely thought that came into my head, only because it's about trains, really, which are not delightful. There's a kind of recurrent trope, and it has a kind of truth that particularly young autistic males in England really love transportation systems, and there's an element of truth in that. But I could teach you almost any topic through transportation systems. I really could.
Yes.
But you could give me another. There was another boy who was extraordinarily keen on medieval castles. I could also teach you anything through medieval castles. The precise, as I say, the content is almost immaterial.
Yeah.
You can take almost anything and use it for whatever the purpose is that you want.
Take everything and do everything. I love that. Well, and what that says to me is we can instead, one of the amazing patterns and developments in education is that we're really starting to look at engagement and look at interest of all students. And that's from a universal design perspective. And if we just focus instead on, I need to teach you this standard, or I need to teach you this set of principles, or I need to teach you this equation, instead of focusing on that, say, what is the intersection of this equation and transportation systems, or of this equation and your medieval castles? How can we create environments in our classroom? And this is a question for all teachers. And also thinking from, I'm putting on my teacher hat. One of our charges is to differentiate all learning for all students. That's an exhausting task if you take it on by yourself. But when we collaborate with our students and parents, it's a lot easier.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And can I really loved a little remark you made, which echoes another one of my motifs. You know how you end up at a certain age with a whole set of motifs that you deploy, and one of them is that that teaching is really just the same as parenting, in the sense that you've succeeded when the young person doesn't need you anymore.
Yep.
When
teach yourself out of a job.
When you've taught yourself out of a job, when you've even parented yourself out of a job, and when your child comes back afterwards and they're still prepared to be interested in you, that's amazingly wonderful. But that's great. But the task is not to retain residual dependency. The task is to give total freedom. And then away you go. And then, of course, and the other thing, actually, I really loved, there was a little bit earlier, some reference to relationships and the power of relationships. And I would put that right in the middle of pedagogy there as well. Getting the relationships right is right at the heart of your curriculum as well, which is why my Procrustes Greek myth.
Yeah, exactly.
Laughing off the
well,
line.
and I see we have Jeremy back, which is our visual cue that we're wrapping up. But it's been such a delight having this conversation with you, and your presentation was fascinating. And I even had it ahead of time, but I still took tons of notes. So thank you for sharing those thoughts, and so well presented.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everything. Thank you to the Rotary Club.
Yes, gentlemen, this has been a phenomenal conversation, so full of insight. And I want to say one of the things that this brought out in me is the thought of inclusive education needing to really start from a point of the student being included as the educator to educate us about how they need to learn, so that we can then communicate to them appropriately, whatever that curriculum is. There are still just a couple minutes. If either one of you have any final thoughts that you would like to express, please take the opportunity to do so.
Well,
go ahead, Stephen. I was just going to say,
I just have been really thrilled at the whole day. There's been so many areas of richness, and I have just wanted to say thank you to everybody for all the contributors, all the participants, because there's been many real nuggets of gold happening through today, and it's been great. So thank you.
Yeah, and I guess my final thought is just to close with Stephen's metaphor of the accelerator and the brakes. And that is such a brilliant, we'll kind of bookend this. When we meet these challenges, when we're seeing a mismatch of, is this appropriate or is this not appropriate? What am I missing here? Slamming on the brakes will really only magnify those challenges. And then you can get that microscope out and and say like, oh, this went wrong and this went wrong. But when you are just in motion, you're like, oh, we're going to alter course. We're going to hit this accelerator. It's so beautifully crafted. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rotary World Disability Advocacy Club, for this whole event. It is sparking so many things worldwide. I know we have a lot of attendees here. We also have right now 55 people watching on our live streams. And so this is exciting to just have a global audience for this very global conversation.
Thank you very much. That was phenomenal. And that's exciting news. Thank you for sharing that update about how many you're watching. That's fantastic. And so with that in mind, we're going to move into our next session, which is going to be about embracing neurodiversity. After listening to policy and curriculum, let's explore the real thinking behind implementing these two areas and the innovation that can spark. It all starts with putting the person first. That is true in education and work. Our next speaker will help us focus on this important thinking. That session will be moderated by Dr. Amber Perriman Evans from Hong Kong and the United States. And we'll ask for her to join us. And please tell us about yourself, what brought you here today, and take it away and introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much.
Sure. Dr. Amber Perriman Evans. I've been in this space for, I don't know, 20 plus years, won't be giving exact numbers. And I'm very excited to join today. I've had many interactions from people around the world. I've worked and consulted with people around the world in regards to neurodiversity in the education space. And currently I'm at the Children's Institute of Hong Kong, where I'm the executive director. We support children, neurodiverse children from 2 to 20 plus in homes, in their schools, and in the community. And right now don't want to speak too much about myself. I am thrilled to share a little bit about our next speaker, where it's a great opportunity for us to hear all that she has to say from us. So let me share a little bit about her. This is Dr. Ludmila Preslova. She was named a member of Thinkers 50 Radar, a global group of 30 management thinkers whose ideas are most likely to shape the future of work. Dr. Preslova is a professor of industrial and organizational psychology at Vanguard University of Southern California, who regularly writes for Harvard Business Review, Fast Company, Psychology Today, and Forbes. She is the first person to have published in Harvard Business Review from an autistic perspective. She's a talent strategy expert with extensive experience in global diversity and neurodiversity. She focuses her consulting on creating organizational systems for inclusion and well-being and providing neuro-inclusion training to organizations such as Amazon, Bank of America, and MIT. She has a PhD in industrial organizational psychology from the University of Akron and is a senior certified human resource practitioner. She is an avid water swimmer, a gardener, and a poet. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Preslova.
Thank you for this kind introduction. I'm thrilled to be here and grateful for the work you do and for the work everyone here does to support neuro-inclusive education, disability inclusive education in just every aspect of inclusion that is so needed in the world. And hopefully I can go specifically a little bit more in depth on neuro-inclusive education, but as many of you will see, it really is something that can benefit everyone. And when we create systems for neuro-inclusion, we also benefit all humans within those systems. So let me share my screen and we will talk about neuro-inclusive education. I will ask you to also think a little bit and contribute and talk to me, because I don't want to be the only one just talking to myself. So please interact with me. And I hope we will also have a little bit more of a dialogue time at the end as well. So my topic is embracing neurodiversity, but I'm talking about it in the context of education. And the general theme is the right perch for every canary. I will explain the canary theme as I'm going through my presentation, but the idea is that neurodivergent people are very similar to canaries that were actually used in coal mines to detect toxic air. And that's not a myth, that's a true history. And that is because birds are more sensitive to toxicity, not because they're defective or something is wrong with them, but because the same intense oxygen metabolism that allows them to fly also makes them to more intensely metabolize toxins. And that means that everything that's wrong with the system is going to be felt by neurodivergent people first. And that often means just rigidity, outdated methods of teaching. So the ideal of a right perch for every canary is the idea that we're going to have educational systems that work for who we are, that support our individuality rather than trying to feed us into old models of industrial education. So I'm going to use this image throughout the presentation. You're going to see different variations of colorful canaries just to denote the idea how different we all are on the psychological level, which is where I'm going to focus, but also in many other ways. And I've been fascinated by human differences pretty much for as long as I can remember. And I first started working in global diversity and large differences, cultural level differences. And very quickly, however, I started wondering, why is it that we can't include larger cultures, but we forget gender, or we think about gender, but forget disability, and so on? So I've been trying to figure out how to create systems that would include all the different aspects of what we do, specifically to the workplace, because I'm an industrial organizational psychologist, but also with regard to education. I've been teaching for a very, very long time, and it's very frustrating to see students who are struggling or saying, please dumb it down for me. And no, that's not what you need. You just need to be uh, supported in learning in a different way. Like, who told you that's what you need? And that's something that really all culminated in writing the Canary Code book. It's specific to intersectional inclusion in the workplace, but I also tried to write it in a way that it's accessible to more variety of learning approaches, because that is something that's very much needed. And that is something I'm really passionate about to bringing to variety of organizations. So I know we have a range of people here with a range of experience, but just think for a second and type your answer to the next question in the chat. The first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the word neurodiversity, just from your experience, no wrong answers. Just take a second and then just let's type and give me a few examples of what you think is neurodiversity. Let's see, you're able to access the chat. It could be that some people have one chat version and other people the other chat version. Anybody want to give me just a couple of ideas? Okay. One word that explains how different brains work. Okay, that's a really great answer. And different brains absolutely work in different ways. And sometimes when I do this exercise, I also get some specific examples like ADHD or autism. And sometimes people say things like, people who don't fit in traditional environments. And all of those things are right in a way. So we can talk about different ways in which we talk about neurodiversity. But there's also sometimes this confusion in what different terms mean. So let's go through and make sure that we're on the same page and we're using terminology in the same way. So the word neurodiversity or neurological diversity was something that came with the development of autistic culture in 1990s through early internet spaces and chat rooms. And then it was used by Judy Singer in an academic thesis and by Harvey Bloom in an Atlantic article. And that is how it migrated from this early autistic chat rooms and into more of a general conversation, and quickly became adopted as the term to identify as natural diversity and variety in human neurodevelopment and functioning. And it was also a little bit of a rebellion to the idea that some ways of being in the world and psychological functioning are right and some are wrong. So we replace wrong and right with neuronormative, which is not necessarily normal or right, but something that's dictated by particular culture at a particular time. So I think we have a pretty international audience here. And if you think about, let's say, modern US and then modern Germany and modern Japan, there are pretty significant differences in cultural expectations. Or if you think about, let's say, modern Germany and medieval Europe, there are also differences. And if you think about any culture many centuries back, you will also notice that certain things like emotional expression, style of talking, were not exactly the same. So cultural norms change, and what we consider normal or desirable or right also changes. So it's not necessarily something that's wired in our brains, but it's also something that's dictated by society. So neuronormative expectations sometimes is really what's behind when people tell us, okay, can you be normal? What they mean is actually conform to neuronormative standards. Now, some people pretty easily conform to neuronormative standards. They enjoy them, and they just feel like it's pretty natural for them to have small talk, for example, in those cultures where small talk is prized, or to be assertive and to self-promote, which is again prized in certain cultures. Other people find it very difficult. And some of them can just kind of fake it enough to maybe sometimes fit in, but it's extremely draining. And if we do it too much, we can even feel sick. And some people just can't. So, for example, there's this explanation of always chatting and someone needs a device to communicate. It's very difficult to fit into those expectations of communication. Or even if your communication differences are in how direct you are, if your normative expectation is that you're very, very subtle and communicate and hidden meanings, it's very difficult for the person who likes to communicate directly and literally to pass for neuronormative. So then we talk about people who either have a hard time fitting into the idea of neurotypicality or just really can't do some of those expectations. We call those people neurodivergent. And neurodivergent is a very broad term, and there are many ways people can be different. We can talk about kind of the traditional dyslexic, autistic, but it also can include acquired neurodivergence, such as brain trauma or brain fog associated with long COVID. Transitory neurodivergence would also be covered by this a very broad category. So, for example, someone is on medication that gives them side effects that either give them memory issues or intensify their feelings that let's say they can't control their crying as they could before. That in a very broad definition could be considered as transitory neurodivergence. So we talk about individuals as neurodivergent, but as collectives, as humanity, we are neurodiverse on the group level. So when we're talking about mixed neurotypes, we're neurodiverse people. Now, because neurodivergent is such a broad term, then Nick Walker coined the term neurominority, which is this more narrow idea of people who were born different. It's inseparable. It's not going to go anywhere. So if I get off this medication that's making me, neurodivergent, I'm no longer experiencing those differences. I can just go back to being neurotypical, but neurominority, we're born different. We can't separate, let's say, autistic or ADHD or dyslexic wiring from who we are. And we also experience some degree of prejudice and disadvantage. So that's a much more specific definition. So, for example, being gifted could make me neurodivergent, but being autistic it could make me neurominority. So there's a bit of a difference, even though sometimes people use those things interchangeably. And we can talk about neurodiversity paradigm in a very academic way, and it is used in scientific writing as a foundation for the line of thinking that we're talking about in the next slide. But we can also talk about the political aspect of it. So neurodiversity movement is a social justice movement that was started to counteract the exclusion and the denial of opportunities that for a very long time existed in the society that impacted neurodivergent people and more specifically neurominorities. And we want to go away from the world and the mindset that does that and empower individuals who were previously denied those opportunities. And again, we are talking about scientific paradigms here that have very significant impact on everyday human lives. So those two key perspectives, medical model and neurodiversity paradigm, have, again, tremendous impact on how society functions, on how we're treated, and how we end up thinking and feeling about ourselves. So, from the traditional medical model, something like the attention that is going to all the different places is considered a deficit. And we could say that maybe we need to do something about this person. We're going to say this is ADHD, it's a disorder. We need to change how you focus, how you behave, will make you fit in. And that obviously would be applicable to other neurodivergent neurotypes. From the neurodiversity paradigm, we're going to say, you know what, society needs some people who are scanning environment for new things and opportunities and dangers all the time. As a group, we benefit from that characteristic, even though we can stigmatize it on the level of individual. It's a difference. It's not a deficit. Just like super focus on detail on one thing also benefits the group. We need people who focus on one thing in detail, and we need people who are constantly scanning the environment. So those differences are actually valuable. And again, even though they're valuable, it doesn't mean we don't mistreat those people. So sometimes ADHDers and autistic people can be socially excluded and mistreated. Instead, from the point of view of neurodiversity paradigm, let's introduce neuroaffirming practices. Let's respect those differences as a valid form of human diversity and support those strengths. And I know that people use both identity first and person first language when it comes to talking about those differences. There is research that shows that adult neurodivergent people very strongly prefer identity first language. I refer to myself as an autistic person as an identity first language. So I tend to use identity first language as something that again is accepted within adult neurodivergent communities. But if that's something that you're not used to, we all can refer to ourselves as we feel like. But in our writing and academic writing, there definitely is a transition from a very much medical model dictated person with autism to more and more neurodiversity paradigm things like autistic and more just identity-based understanding of those differences. So, but I do understand there are differences in language. Harvey Bloom, who is the person who introduced the term neurodiversity to the general society, said that neurodiversity may be every bit as crucial for human race as biodiversity is for life in general. And we definitely do find it on the societal level that we might stigmatize various neurodivergent characteristics. However, they are extremely valuable to all of us. Okay, so let's talk about some of the specific differences within neurotypes and neurodivergent groups. Again, we can think about learning differences like dyslexia and a little bit less known nonverbal learning difference, for example, that's been a little bit more in the societal conversation in the last couple of months. But there are other things like dyspraxia that, again, some people know about, others not, that is mostly involved with learning movement, but also has a variety of other implications. And ADHD, autism, Tourette's, those are some of the more typically discussed, but I also like to add extremes of intelligence. That's a part of a broader idea of neurodivergence. Things that are acquired neurodivergence, like psychological aspects of long COVID. It's a huge number of people in the world right now. Anxiety, which is more of the mood difference, emotional difference, consequences of trauma. So neurodiversity is a very broad term. But one thing that we know, especially about neurominority groups, is that most of us have simply spiky profiles of abilities. So what does it mean to have a spiky profile of abilities? We probably, many of us can think of that you were really, really good at some things at school and really, really not good at other things. As opposed to someone who's, let's say, your B student or your B plus student, and they just kind of B or B plus across the range. So the blue profile here would be your neurotypical student who is kind of okay across multiple things. And then they're probably going to be the same kind of employee, okay, across multiple things. A neurodivergent student is going to be really, really good at some things, like A plus at some things, and maybe C minus or an F in other things. And so orange is kind of actually my profile, way ahead of my grade in things like reading, can do geometry without too much difficulty. People do say I create very interesting and unique products, but algebra just can't do it to save my life. Multitasking can't do multitasking. And there are other people who might have just completely opposite profile of strength. And what happens in traditional education is basically it's trying to flatten us and to make this silvery gray profile and the orange profile to be kind of the same as the blue profile, which means we're getting brutalized because we're prevented from exercising our strength. Because like you're already good at it, so forget about it. Let's put more of your effort into bringing you up in that area, even though it makes you cry and just feel like the failure of a human being, because you are told if you're really good at this, like if you're really good at geometry, why can't you do algebra? You must be lazy and you're not paying attention, and you're just faking it that you can't do it. And people are told those things for years and years throughout their entire educational career, which does quite a bit of psychological damage, and it does not help remedy those differences. Maybe a little bit. You can put a lot of effort into remedying your weaknesses, but the real ROI comes from building on your strengths. So yes, everyone needs to maybe understand the very basic of math and very basics of writing, but the biggest life ROI comes from focusing. The return on investment comes from focusing on those strengths and developing those strengths. And in most traditional educational systems, we're not allowed to do that. We're held back in things where we're good at, and we're forced to spend all of our time, crying and, laying on the floor in a fetal position, trying to remedy our perceived deficiencies that just kind of end up defining our entire life, instead of saying, okay, yes, nobody's perfect. We can help you in those areas, but also let's make sure we focus on those areas where magic happens and where you really can shine. Because why do we need a society of the same people? Let's put people who are really good at whatever creativity on creative tasks, and people who are really good at visual spatial tasks to visual spatial tasks, and people who are great multitaskers who job who require multitasking, rather than trying to fit everyone in the same box. Yes, we need some exposure to all those different disciplines, but it doesn't have to be that high stakes. And I'll talk about it again as we're talking about specific school interventions. But let's stop trying to make everyone look like a neurotypical, and let's start celebrating those differences. And here is how we can, again, think about it as overall system of education, and how understanding neurodivergent minds and neurodivergent needs can actually help us improve overall system. And the title of my book is The Canary Code, and I talk about neurodivergent employees in the workplace as people who are most sensitive to toxic workplaces. The same thing happens in education. Neurodivergent people process the world more intensely. So autistic brain processes about 40% more information at rest. So it really is kind of like birds process air more intensely. Neurodivergent people, again, a lot of research specifically on autistic people, process the world, the sensory environment more intensely. So we are the first ones to be impacted by toxic environment. If the school is unnecessarily stressful, neurodivergent students are going to respond first, but then it eventually will impact everyone. If a particular model of teaching that whatever particular government requires during a period of time is really not helpful and too rigid, again, neurodivergent people are going to be first impacted by that. But all students who go through that particular school system are also going to feel the results of those less than desirable ways of teaching. And we do know that statistics are just not good. Students with learning differences, so like dyslexic students, dyscalculic students, have a much higher dropout rate as compared to all other students. Autistic children are bullied mercilessly, They say 40% are bullied every day. My gut feeling is that's probably more than that, that there's a lot that's not reported because after a while you just give up and you decide that bullying is the way of life because you've never experienced anything else. And we also know that children with ADHD get bullied. They're also much more likely to uh, develop conditions like depression and anxiety. Autistic children are also much more likely to develop depression and anxiety. And yeah, if society always tells you that you don't fit here, guess how you're going to feel about your life? And you're always bracing for assault, verbal assault or physical assault. So how you are not going to have anxiety? It's a reaction that a human brain is going to have. And if you think about neurodivergent students are maybe 20 to 25% of the population, depending on how you calculate that. But in the US, 85% of those who are suspended are neurodivergent, and 75% of those who are put in the restraint and seclusion, and restraint is like physical restraint. That is extremely hard thing to deal with, and very often those students are neurodivergent students who need better understanding, not physical restraint. And 75% of those who are treated in this ways that really do not help anyone's behavior and mental health are neurodivergent students. So then it's not surprising that there are findings of difficulties with mental health in adulthood, different difficulties in employment in adulthood, because this kind of adversity in the childhood is going to show up in statistics as in the results of the later life. And it doesn't necessarily get much better in college. In some ways it can, because there's at least a little bit more of a choice of what you're studying, a little bit more flexibility, and you have a little bit more control over your environment. But even at the university level, this Australian study says that just the physical environment of the university campus is painful for autistic students. The harsh lighting, smells, music. For some reason, colleges decided that blaring music on campus all the time is a good thing. I have no idea why this is, but that just happens everywhere. And it's so overwhelming that autistic students who could be fully capable of doing the work are just can't handle the physical environment of the campus. And obviously, many schools for younger students are also not exactly sensory friendly environments. Even for neurodivergent teachers, they're horrible environments. So, in all those different ways, neurodivergent people really experience much more stress and much more exclusion across educational environments from early to post-secondary. And also other people, everyone eventually is going to be impacted by that. It's just neurodivergent people feel the impact much more, just like canaries and coal mines. So we really should do better. What if we created education that is neuroaffirming and that's welcoming to all the different psychological profiles and physical needs? And sometimes people say, oh, we're going to lower standards and give everyone gold stars. I would never argue for giving everyone gold stars for showing up and so forth. We still need to challenge people and we still need to prepare them for the future, but we're not doing a really great job at it the way we are doing it. So let's try supporting people and not giving them gold stars, but creating an educational environment where everyone has an opportunity for genuine success. Because we're not going to give you gold star for writing if you're not a great writer, but you have an opportunity to do, music or something with creating visual models. And the more things you try, the more you have the opportunity to experience genuine success. We can also celebrate your improvement in your difficult areas. So there are many genuine ways to support people in experiencing true success. We don't need to equalize everyone. We really need to nurture each student's abilities so that we have all those different talents in our larger society. They're able to develop to their maximum extent and to their maximum potential. And we do know from research that when you have learning environments that are strength-based, they are able to develop better life skills, better motivation, and they're much more likely to become lifelong learners because the interest and curiosity are not beaten out of them. And obviously, many countries have experimental or traditional educational models that have something to learn from. But I really like what Finland does because they may not necessarily call it neuroaffirming or neuroinclusive. But in fact, a lot of what they do kind of is because they're just trying to create good education that works for people without stressing them out unnecessarily. And it's fun, it's flexible. They try to create safety for everyone rather than the high pressure environment. And they end up having very high scores as compared to other countries without stressing children to the point where they develop depression and anxiety. So I think there's a lot that we could just learn from Finnish practices for everyone that are also neuroinclusive. Now, we are very used to one size fits all education. And I think to different extent, most countries have this early 20th century influenced model of education to prepare people to work at factories, to prepare people to sit in offices, that teach people how to be compliant, how to listen to their boss, and they're very much about conformity and, in many cases, punishment. Because we want people who are obedient, follow strict rules. Behavior is not something that's, seen as a form of communication, but it's seen as if you behave in XYZ ways, including like you restrain your body from movements, okay, it's a good boy, good girl. If not, you're going to get punished, and we're going to put a label on you that might even follow you through life or become a part of your self identification, and through that follow you through life. And standardization, everyone needs to do the same thing in the same way at the same pace, which really doesn't work for anyone because very few people are actually average. Well, actual research shows that nobody is average. We all have our little strengths and weaknesses, and just for neurodivergent people they're much more pronounced. And so let's say if everyone has to go at the same speed and learn the same thing, then we end up with people in second grade reading at the 8th grade level, but they stuck in the second grade. And we also have the same student who actually needs extra help with math, but they may or may not get that. They might put a little bit more attention on improving those weaknesses, but not necessarily. But we are all expected to develop at the same rate, and that's just not happening. And we're not even talking about social emotional development, because many students can be several years apart in their intellectual and social emotional development, and that is completely ignored in how school is organized when it is standardized, and people are just told to stop crying, you're big boy or big girl, or boys don't cry, or whatever particular culture says. And there their emotional development may not correspond to their intellectual development, which is very typical. And obviously, when we want standardized people, we're going to give them standardized tests. And very often they promote this memorization without really going in depth and understanding and critical thinking. And how well is it going to serve students in a workplace that pretty much changes every year now, or every 2 months there's a new thing to learn? Not too well. It hasn't worked too well even, in 1970s and 80s, and now it's really not working too well. So how about we focus on creating strength-focused education and allow for more creativity, critical thinking, exploration. Let's not kill curiosity, because that's what happens in many school environments. You have to fight to actually keep your curiosity, because people are telling you, well, this is what we're doing in the curriculum. Don't ask irrelevant questions. So they kind of kill your interest and desire to think deeply, but allow people to engage with material, to explore it, and to actually enjoy learning. And we know that there are limitations to what schools can do with current staffing and current systems to support individualized learning. So bullying teachers who are overworked is not going to fix it, but we can fix systems to allow for more individualized learning and exposure to different areas, and just allowing students a little bit more choice. So a little bit more college level experience, where students can choose what they are studying, but a little bit earlier. And it doesn't mean we're going to allow people to just take, 3 subjects where they're good at and never be exposed to other things. We need to be exposed to different things, but does it have to be that high stakes that, people have their hair falling out from stress? Probably not. I mean, that literally happens. So let's make it less high stakes so that they could actually enjoy exploring in a safer environment. Again, that's one of the things that you could get from Finnish education, and it works. When people are less stressed and they're not in a survival mode, they actually have more resources to dedicate to learning. And the learning outcome is going to be much higher than when someone is just terrified that a B in that class is going to ruin their entire future. It's really not realistic. Life is actually not as harsh as people are trying to present it. We always have variety of ways we can take, unless sometimes the society intentionally tries to make it as rigid as possible, which doesn't serve anyone. And project-based, inquiry-based learning, something that that resembles the actual life, where people are solving the problem, how to protect the river next door, or how to protect the forest next door. And they're going to know chemistry and biology and political science way better than someone who is just reading the textbook. So mixing in a lot of project-based and inquiry-based learning is something that is going to develop very relevant life skills along with better learning of particular topics. So a lot that we can change here if we just think through why are we doing those things, and are they really actually serving us? And another thing I wanted to stress, that it's not just about the curriculum. So being neuroaffirming when it comes to education is paying attention to the whole person. And we don't just experience belonging from curriculum, but it's also building. So we mentioned the campus not being friendly. From social environment, how do we remove bullying and support people in developing positive relationships? So holistic approach to education is also something that is neuroaffirming and helpful. So we don't experience belonging in the same way. One person experiences belonging when they're doing, you know, horseplay in a large group, and that's what they enjoy. And other people are like, let me just talk to one person and have an in-depth conversation. And someone else is very grateful if they're just not bothered and allowed to read a book to their pleasure. So we don't all fit the same mold, but the school somehow assumes they were all going to conform to the same social and emotional and cognitive and physical standard. And we just don't. It doesn't fit when they try to fit us into that box. So if we're thinking about a whole human, we can create holistic belonging, and we can focus on all the different aspects of inclusion to make sure that we have opportunities to experience this holistic belonging. Our cultures are very rigid. If you don't want to participate in a party, then something is wrong with you. It doesn't mean we don't like people if we don't want to participate in parties. We just like people when we have one-on-one in-depth conversation. It just works better for us. So facilitate different ways of participation. And cognitively, again, we all have different ways we think, learn. So give us different ways of showing our abilities, give us different assignments. We emotionally, please don't tell us boys don't cry, because it's not helpful to anyone, or you're too big to cry. Like, who is to dictate those things, how people are supposed to feel, or why you're so happy, why are you so judgmental? Really, let people experience their emotion. They're not hurting anyone. And then physical sensory environment, because when it's either too loud or too crowded or whatever it is that's bothering our uh, physical and sensory being, we're not going to experience belonging, and we're not going to be able to learn to the best of our extent. So we need to pay attention to all of those aspects in the workplace or at school. So at school, give people different ways of socializing, not just this big whole school assembly. Create different clubs for different kinds of interests, small gatherings, and even online communities now. And ask students how particular events should be run. And when they're very young, maybe involve their families, but even 5-year-olds can tell you what they like and what they don't like. And 15-year-olds definitely should have an input in planning social life, because otherwise their differences are going to be ignored. And flexibility, do not mark people down if they don't want to go to the full school assembly, if they have sensory sensitivities. And just allow people different ways to develop their social skills. We don't have to break everyone out of their shells. We might kind of gently allow people to work with who they are in the social way. And then cognitively, I already mentioned some ways we can support cognitive differences, but one thing we can do is really help people to determine where their strengths are through assessments, through self-assessment, through reflective practices. We don't always necessarily know. Sometimes we do know that I'm good at math and not really good at writing, but sometimes the real testing can actually show that maybe we have more ability in certain areas. We've been just scared or mistreated while trying to do that work, and we don't actually know the full extent of our ability. So trying to determine our actual abilities, so we could then build on those strengths and use them as a foundation for learning. And obviously different teaching methods, again, sometimes curriculum is rigid and teachers actually don't have an opportunity to change certain things, even if they wanted to. So try to create something that actually makes sense and that allows teachers to be professionals in their decision making. And different evaluation methods, not all tests, not all papers, but a mix. And sometimes students can do a performance and a play, and they can act their knowledge. Why not, if that's how they can demonstrate it and probably learn better than doing some boring paper that's the same all over again. And then, as much as possible, we could also design academic pathways that allow people to use their abilities and develop their abilities to maximal extent, whether it's through advanced placement courses or other ways, whatever aligns with the national system. There are still further ways to make it flexible and to allow for particular abilities to be developed and for other areas to be supported. And I'm aware of time, so I'm looking at the clock. Emotional inclusion. If I am not emotionally included, how much am I going to learn? Our emotion is powerful, fast, and if we're really upset by something, it's going to short circuit our ability to learn. So allow people to be who they are. Don't tell us to all be the same little robots or big robots, because that's just not the way humans are meant to exist. We are wired to experience the range of emotions, and just let us be who we are and be humans with each other, be open about what we experience emotionally and deal with it in a healthy way. Sometimes people think they teach emotional regulation, but they basically tell you don't be an annoyance and stop crying, which is not a well-being strategy. But teaching someone how to self-regulate and to say, okay, apply something to your own pressure points, and that's how we self-regulate. And maybe teach basic co-regulation as a well-being choice, not as I'm not going to love you if you are not going to stop crying, because that's obviously a horrible thing to say to anyone. And everyone needs to be taught about emotional regulation, because a dysregulated teacher who just got yelled at by a dysregulated principal is not going to be able to give their full emotional attention to students, just because humans don't work that way. So it needs to apply to everyone, that we need to be emotionally respected and emotionally supported. And physical sensory inclusion. Don't put everyone into a noisy gym and expect they're going to be happy, because not everyone is going to be happy in a noisy gym. Consider sensory sensitive. Designate spaces where you can be quiet and rest, or socialize in small groups. Don't say you're making this up and just toughen up and forget your sensory sensitivities. Those are very real. And if someone is severely uncomfortable in their body, be it from the smell or the noise, they are not going to be able to emotionally self-regulate or cognitively function or socially function, because it's a very foundation of who we are, our physiological reaction. And then make sure that things are sensory accessible. We talk about it in a way that wayfinding and considering that people can be deaf or blind, but it also applies to the other way. Let's say someone who has sensitive hearing like I am, I literally cannot be in a noisy place or I'm going to faint. So, so literally a noisy place is not accessible because I'm going to go into a sensory overwhelm. So we need to consider the extreme, the far edges of differences in sensory sensitivities, because those are all very real differences that can impact how we can function in the society. And really, the idea that every canary should have a perch that fits and have education that works. And that could be in the form of flexibility. We live in a flexible world, in a dynamic world that changes all the time. Rigid curriculum and rigid schooling is not something that is going to prepare it for the life that really changes all the time. So make curriculum flexible and adaptable, make it enriched, because so many schools now excluded art and music and basically things that allow people to experience excellence in something And they said, you know, STEM is going to be everything. And guess what's happened to STEM? It's not everything anymore, as they were telling us 5 years ago. So we still obviously need to teach STEM, but we also need to teach creativity and music and art and definitely social emotional learning, because that is not going anywhere. And allow mixed age groups. If someone is reading on the 8th grade level, but they're 8 years old, allow them to take some course that's on the higher level, or participate in the project that is mixed age. That again allows people to experience success and experience life in a very different way. And it's also much more similar to the actual workforce, where you do need to interact with different people in different ages. And obviously, we need to make sure that it's safe and everyone is treated well. But those things are absolutely possible, that you just experiment with different things and experience life in more than one way. And obviously, just telling teachers to do something without support and professional development is not going to help. So we need to change systems. We need to allocate resources, and we need to treat them in a way that they're able to deliver that excellence. Again, in Finland, teachers are highly supported, and they're given a lot of autonomy, and otherwise they would not be able to deliver that excellent education that they do. So if you want to find me, I'm very easy to find on LinkedIn. Google Ludmila Praslova. My LinkedIn profile is going to come up, and I think we all can help create this ecosystem in the workplace or in school environments, where we have different perches for different canaries. And some of us like shady environments, others like to be in the light, and some of us need move around during the meeting and in the class, and others are very happy to sit still and just let us be who we are. And this is all. I think I have a few minutes for Q&A, and I'm happy to see what we have here. Thank you very much.
Dr. Praslova, we are more excited to hear all of the work that you've compiled over your many, many years, and to share with us today. And I'm sure we can find more of that in the Canary Code. You've definitely touched on topics that are necessary for all educators to understand, no matter what position that they're in. I'm particularly interested in the social justice piece, just because that is kind of the heart of what allows us to get what we need in the education system. And so for anyone that has watched this and is involved here, please reach out to Dr. Praslova on LinkedIn. The Canary Code is a must read for anyone who has any interest in understanding of systems in regards to neurodiversity. So thank you again, Dr. Praslova.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Dr. Perryman. It was my pleasure to be here.
Thank you. We can't hear you, Jeremy, so sorry.
There we go. Yes, I forgot to unmute. Thank you both very much. Want to thank you for the entire session was fantastic. I also want to thank Dr. Praslova for touching on concepts of belonging, which I think is a big piece of really what inclusive education should be striving to achieve at a social level. And so with that in mind, we're going to move into our next session, which includes preparing students for life after secondary school. What about the students' lives after secondary school? When they graduate, will they be ready for that next step? And is it the educator's role to prepare them? Our final speakers of the summit will take a look at this subject and think about the future. Our moderator is going to be Dr. Aderonke Ajuyibe, and our speaker is going to be Dr. Doreen M. Myrie. And with that, I will ask Dr. Ajuyibe to come on and tell us a bit about herself and introduce our speaker. Thank you so much. Greetings.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
So would you like to fill us in about you and your work and introduce our next speaker?
Great. Hi, Jeremy. How's everything? So, welcome everyone. I'm Dr. Adironke Adejuigbe from Southern California. I'm a tired advocate for my sister who has developmental disabilities. I have over 30 years of experience in social work and human services, and specializing in intellectual and developmental disabilities, Medicaid waiver programs, disability support, and services coordination. I am also very much passionate about spreading awareness about inclusion, self-determination, and person-centered practices. So for some fun things that I enjoy doing is actually reading, traveling, engaging in philanthropic activities, and professional networking. I'm excited to moderate this session because this session is going to focus on how we can prepare students for life after secondary education. Today, we're joined by two outstanding panelists who bring unique insights on how they can, we can better equip students for future undertaking after secondary education. Together, we will explore how educators, schools, and communities at large can help students transition successfully to life beyond secondary education. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah, so our first panelist is Daniel Roeder. He is the Chief Academic Officer for David Z Foundation, an education specialist and advocate for mental health and universal design for learning to meet the needs of all learners. He is also a music composer and performer who is passionate about helping students to learn through music. Welcome, Daniel. And our second panelist is Dr. Doreen Marie. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. And if I did not, I'm sorry, Dr. Doreen. She is an author of a book titled Sundiata, the Self-Determined King. Dr. Marie is an expert in self-determination practices, and she's also a passionate advocate for culturally responsive learning and social emotional learning. She serves as an assistant professor of special education at Jackson State University, bringing extensive experience from her work in K-12 education. Dr. Murray is deeply committed to advancing educational practices that support students with disabilities. Welcome, welcome. So our wonderful panelists, they have a presentation first, and after that presentation, then we will go straight to questions. Are you ready?
Let's go. Very excited. So I just want to make sure you guys can see the presentation on your screen, right? You can see it? Okay, perfect.
Yes,
yeah, because great, awesome. So I just want to, we're going to start a little different because this is the end of a really long summit. And I think we can give ourselves kind of a pat on the back for a big global discussion. We're going to have some engagement from the audience here. And we're going to do this in a very special way. This is through Nearpod. If you want to join us here, you can. If you don't want to, that's fine too, because I'm going to show the whole presentation on the screen. But there is a way for you, speaking of inclusion, to join us here on Nearpod. So you can go to I'll type it in with you, join.nearpod.com. And then it'll take you to a page that looks just like this. And you're going to put in the code if you want to join. If you don't, you can just watch the presentation. A45C, oops, wrong computer. A45C And that code, if you don't get it right now, that's okay too. It'll be on the top of your screen throughout the whole presentation. You just have to Google Nearpod. Near, not far, and pod, I always say like the pod people. So we're gonna join the lesson, and it starts us with this really cool drawing activity that is very inclusive. So you can touch the screen, and you don't have to sign in, you don't have to create an account. You can just say, hey, I want to be a guest, but I'm going to say, yes, this is me. I've been here before. So the question is, we're going to draw together. How are you feeling? And this is something that I do for students where I give them a yellow circle. Many people might see an emoji, but you look at the bottom of your screen, you have all these little buttons right here where we can actually add text, we can add a shape, we can add a picture. I'm gonna do a star emoji. And I like to do this. Ooh, there's one that's a cyclops. That's cool. So I'm going to pick that one. That's how I'm going to fill my circle. But guess what? You can write poetry. You can record can dictate to it. However, your assistive technology that we talked about earlier, it can interface right here, which is really cool. And so you can do this in this, there's a lot of different apps like this. This one is particularly, I like it because it's free. There's a free version of some of the best tools, but you can also do it with Post-its. You can say, how are you feeling? Draw a picture. Or how are you feeling? However that assistive technology is able to interface with the class, this is a perfect moment to just get a snapshot of how the whole class is feeling. And then you just hit submit at the end. And at the end of this presentation, if we have time, I'm really curious to see what this looks like. We'll get to see these all together. And so this is how I want to start this presentation, that we need to see the humans in the room. And that came up when I was talking with Dr. Stephen, and it was so incredible how much synergy there is with his presentation, and this presentation where we're looking at post-secondary plans. I mean, what does life after K-12 look like? What does transition look like? So this post-secondary preparation, here we are. And sorry, I'm gonna go back. I hopefully didn't, I forgot to put it in student pace mode, which means if you want to still draw your picture, you can do that. So I just want to honor that it takes a different amount of time for other folks to do things, so I can move on in the presentation, and I'm going to just move on my screen. You will see, if you're in the Nearpod, you can see these different arrows. We can go back or forward. You can navigate it at your own pace. So we're talking about this post-secondary preparation and taking a global perspective. There's a couple of reasons for this. Number one, thinking globally as we have a worldwide workplace. And number two, thinking globally, we have a whole student in front of us that they are a whole person that we need to honor, every single whole person that comes into our classroom as teachers. My background is in teaching special education, but now I work for the David Z Foundation, and I get to work in classrooms all over the world, and I get to see how this plays out in embracing the whole child. And so that's why we're having this global conversation. And so when I was talking with Dr. Myrie about how are we going to frame this? There's so many pitfalls and rabbit holes we can go into, where we're getting into the minutia of legislation, of conservatorships, of programs, of these very specific things. But when we think globally as a planet and as a child at the same time, we can really answer 6 different questions that we're going to be talking about. But and that's I'll give you a preview: who, what, when, where, why, and how. So within those 6 questions, there's this movement that we have a student that comes to us. maybe at, wherever we're meeting them in their educational career. There's a lot of this I do, that as a teacher, we're modeling, we're showing, we're building a classroom, we're building an environment. And so that there's that I do, like that modeling that teachers do, mixed with this aspiration of a child that comes in with curiosity and wonder and the yearning to be learning, right? Every student comes to school on their first days like that, because it's a new place. Just thinking neuroscientifically, anytime you enter a new place, curiosity is the first thing that goes off in our brain. So that leads to our aspirations. We have these aspirations that come at the same time we are meeting these students. And then the first challenge to those aspirations sometimes, or the first way we can really make a system work flawlessly and fluidly, is looking at access. So we have aspiration that can be mitigated sometimes by access. Is that aspiration going to be something that a student can achieve? And then, that's once we get to this this agency, that's how we want to send them out the door of school into their life, with this gradual release of responsibility. I do, we do, together we're learning, you do. That's, just kind of looking at where Bloom and Maslow meet. So here's just, a couple other things that we think of as educators. And Dr. Myrie, sorry I'm going into these kind of extravagant visuals, but I really want to make sure this is a global conversation. Looking at education, a lot of us globally look to Maslow and Bloom, which were two ideas that can sometimes really be in harmony, but sometimes can really rub against each other. And we get this idea of Maslow versus Bloom. Maslow, we're talking about that whole child. What do they need to succeed? And Bloom, we're talking about what do they need to learn? What is this educational enrichment that goes from just hearing something to remembering it, to being able to analyze it, and then apply it and synthesize it, and then eventually create something. And so we've kind of got this like Maslow versus Bloom. We've got a couple of pyramids going on where, they can be sometimes at odds with each other. But what we can do is we can flip that Bloom pyramid, and we can really focus on, that creativity that we can bring to the classroom. We can focus on allowing for that aspiration the student came in with to be the thing we spend the most time with, because then we can tell if they can remember something, if they can understand it, if they can apply it, analyze, evaluate, but then create something. Creation takes agency, and that's the you do that they're going to have as they go into post-secondary life. So if we can really focus in on these, the physiological needs, that's the base of Maslow's pyramid. I'm creating a safe environment for you to learn and thrive and succeed. I have supports, I have accommodations, I have modifications, but then together we're creating a pathway for you to be your best you. So I just wanted to offer a resource and then pass the mic to Dr. Myrie to launch us into our discussion of who, what, when, where, why, and how. This is, if you're in the Nearpod, and I'm sure in the post email, we can send this Nearpod presentation to folks so you can have these resources. You don't have to worry about them. But this is a resource called neurodiversitynetwork.net. I am a graduate of Chico State University in California, and this was developed there. And it's just an incredible host of resources that is aimed at three populations, really the students, the education professionals, and employers. And then, within the employers, we also have post-secondary training options like technical schools and universities. So this is just through a few different lenses. Here's some places that we can just go to start some conversations and to look globally at what this looks like. And the last resource is this combination of universal design and social emotional learning. And so this is I'm getting all the really academic stuff out of the way, but this is just a really great roadmap. I love this phrase. This is a twofer that will equip and empower you to support and teach the whole child, where we're looking at how does caring for that person as a human really honor every part of them, mind, body, spirit. So Dr. Myrie, I want you to take the mic from me, please. And just, we've had so many rich discussions about these questions of who, what, when, where, why, and how. I would just love to hear some of your perspectives on, the who, starting with that. And then we'll kind of go through these. Yeah.
All right. Can you put the,
oh,
because I don't see it on my screen again.
There we go.
All right. Yeah. So good evening, everyone. I also have a special education background, was a special ed teacher for 18 years. And so now I'm a teacher educator. And so, working in that field, it gives you the flexibility to work with pretty much all ages, so I've had the pleasure of teaching anywhere from kindergarten, now to university students. So now here we're talking about post-secondary preparation. And who are we talking about? So we're looking at students that are in their secondary years, probably starting from about 14 years old going up, all the way to those that are maybe in their first year of employment, or maybe first year of college, because those are, the ages where they're transitioning into adulthood. We're kind of weaning them off from, the school system. But if you don't have children or students that are in that age group, please don't worry, because some of the things that we're going to talk about are really important to introduce our students earlier on. But students are involved, and of course, family members are a very big part of the post-secondary preparation. The teachers, there are things that we need to do at school to prepare the students. The community is part of this as well. The employers who are going to provide internships, or maybe work study, or send us guest speakers to talk about, the different careers out there, because exposure is very important. And also, community members who else in the community might have supports that our students, can benefit from. So you can see that, there are different layers that are involved to support the student. They're in the middle, but we have the school community, and then of course we have the outside community, and of course we have the family there as well. Danny, did you want to add something? Looks like you're going to add something.
Yeah, no, I was just kind of reverberating on what you're saying, that there is this whole host of people around a child as they go through their education. But really, they're the first on the list. It's that student, and it's going to look different for everybody. So we can't, as teachers, have a one-size-fits-all plan, of course, and that is just something that we have to remember. We don't have to take everything on ourselves as teachers, and the same thing as parents, the same things as employers. One of the most difficult things is to trust that somebody can kind of take that torch, and somebody can really step in fully into a role. But if we don't give somebody a chance, then it's not gonna happen, So the most important person to pass that torch to is going to be the student, and allowing that AAA of their aspirations. That's kind of what's driving this post-secondary plan. And then their access. This is where, the access, we can really look to other community members, and then the agency is going to be them stepping into the world and being an active part of that community. So back to you, Dr. Myrie.
Yes. Okay. So, what are we going to do as part of the preparation? We definitely want to give them the skills to be able, once they leave us the school, school system, to be able to feel comfortable in an inclusive work environment, or inclusive. If they're in a college setting, that might look bigger than where they have been in the previous years of school. So we want to, do they have the communication skills? Do they have the social skills? Do they have the self-determination skills to be able to advocate for themselves? So this is where the school comes in. There are things that a teacher should do to be able to prepare the student to be ready to interact with employers, or go on to accommodate it, ask for the accommodations when in the university setting, because all of those things, if they know how to access the services that they need, if they know how to advocate themselves, for their accommodations or modifications, that might support their academics as well. Do they know what their strengths are? Do they know what their needs are? So self-awareness is very important. Do they know how to regulate their emotions? All those things are very important. Do they know how to set goals? Where to get the resources? Where do I get the supports if I need this? So this is where we come in as educators to provide them with those skills. And of course, parents as well are a very important part of this, because parents, they know their children, what their strengths are, what their interests are. It's a career that, might interest my child, because I know that, they like to do these particular activities. We want to make sure that we support them, like, Danny said, with the access and agency and aspirations in something that they have the strength and interest in already. Go ahead, Danny, if you want to add something.
Yeah, just one brief comment, and then I'll pass it back to you for the next question. Support network. I was just thinking about that phrase. And as we go through education, that first word is really important and critical. And that's thinking of the accommodations, modifications, that whole plan. But then just thinking about the world of work for everybody, the second word is the most important: network. Your network is your net worth, is something I hear a lot in the business community. And when we're thinking of this support network, it has to be scaffolded. It has to be scaffolded in a way that once we transition into this post-secondary life, that network is still thriving. And then we're moving on to the question of where. Like, where does this take place? Yeah, right?
Yeah, you can go ahead and start on that, and I'll come in.
Yeah. Well, and so I think it's really important to think in a limitless way in this where, because a lot of times when we're marching down that K-12 pathway, we're looking at where is the student going to be? Where do they want to be? That's the aspiration. And then the closer we get, I think this is for all students, the closer we get to graduation, the more panic starts to maybe set in of, what does this look like? Where am I going? And so looking at where they are going, are they going to have that support? Are they going to have the accommodations, the modifications, and then the resources? And I think within that movement from aspiration through access and then agency, having the agency to look for resources is one of the things that as educators we can really model a lot and that's we'll get into this in the next question of the when do we start all this work, but finding resources is something that we just want to make sure we're not only doing for and with families and with students, but we're doing with them, so that they're practicing these networking skills, these soft skills that are so important to have, And as the 21st century workforce is getting a lot more complicated and complex, as our digital natives are aging up to the workforce, it is even more critical to have these modeling of how do we talk to people in certain situations? How do we handle stress and pressure? And where do we go to get help? So that's over to you, Dr. Mary, on the where.
Yes. So if we are in a school setting, as educators, I mentioned self-determination skills, empowering our students with those skills, because Danny, with self-determination skills, they're very critical. We include the students in making the decisions about their lives. We encourage the students to really be self-aware, understand yourself. What are my limitations? What are my strengths? And if I have a weakness here, I need help. How do I go about seeking for that help? Setting goals, okay? Am I setting realistic goals? Are these goals that support where I want to be? So those are, the type of skills that we can help them with in the school setting. So now, how to navigate challenges, how to communicate effectively, how to seek accommodations. So that's something that we can practice in the school setting as well. I think that if we are developing these skills with them, we encourage them to take ownership of their lives, be part of the problem solving of what do I want to be when I grow up and what do I need to do. They're also becoming, that also helps them academically as well. This is not about them. This is part of, I am part of this, so it supports their, academic success as well, because then they really take ownership of the learning. They understand, the why of that. And also, Danny, I know you were going to add something, so I'll let you add it in just a moment. But I think in an example that I want to throw out in a classroom situation, we can encourage students to identify and express, their needs and strengths. We can have those conversations with them in the classroom. Just, encourage them to, make decisions, take chances. It's in a safe environment, so all of that are examples of, how we can embed those. We don't have to teach them separately. We can if we want to, but we can also embed those within, the curriculum in the subjects that we're teaching. Or, okay, we have this assignment that is coming up. So how can we set goals to make sure that we have this, met by the deadline? Involve them in those conversations. Well, is this realistic, to break up this long-term project in this way? They need to be part of it. They need to evaluate their own progress as well. When we're giving assessments, it's not just for me as the teacher, it's also for the student to reflect and say, okay, you know what, maybe I need to work more in this area. I think that I need help in this. So what can I do? So all of those are skills that we can encourage, for the students to develop. And that's why I said that some of these things, even though we're talking about post-secondary, we can start infusing a lot of these skills as early as possible. Yeah, go ahead.
No, that just gave me goosebumps. Actually, I've never heard it articulated like that before. Like the part of where, just knowing that the baseline is you're in a safe environment, you're in a safe place, and that I always go to neuroscience, but that's that kind of level one binary code going off in our brains. Am I safe? Yes. Am I safe? Yes. Am I safe? Yes. Am I safe? No. What changed? It's orienting ourselves to that environment. But if we can get this practice of I am in a safe place and here is why, and I love that thought. And you're absolutely right. That was a great segue into the next one, which is when? When do we start this work? And you mentioned that we start early. I just, to that, I wanted to add, we have to revise it regularly, that plan, because, if we were to add that question of not only what do you want to be where you grow up, but where do you want to be, that will change over time. And so we just need to make room for that as an educational team surrounding the student. So back over to you, Dr. Myrie, on the when.
Yes, basically, I'm just going to reinforce what you had mentioned. We don't have to wait until students are in high school with the preparation. We can start as early as possible, giving them the agency to be part of the decision making as well. So as early as possible, we can start developing those self-determination skills. And I like how you said, encouraging kids in a safe environment. And so, that's something I wanted to talk about. That's one of the reasons why I really support social emotional learning. Because I really think that if we have that social emotional learning kind of environment, that is where students feel safe to take chances. So we are promoting students to self-regulate, to be resilient, to have empathy, develop interpersonal skills, and all those skills, are crucial as students face, challenges in diverse environments outside of, the school or their parents' home, when they're out there in the community, when they go into work. Those skills are important, but if we've been working with those students in those kinds of environments, we're promoting, those types of, learning, social emotional learning, we are helping the students manage emotions. Are they going to need that when they're adults? Yes, they're going to. How to respond to stress constructively. How to build resilience needed to adapt and to thrive, and how to communicate effectively, how to form positive relationships, engaging meaningfully with peers and instructors, mentors in post-secondary settings. What does that look like? So these are things that we can help the students develop. And you can see how even parents at home, can do, the same as well. Just encouraging the students to, build those skills, how to collaborate, how to communicate, how to ask for help, how to deal with stress. All of those things are not things that, can only be done at school. They can also be, of course, be reinforced at home as well. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, you so beautifully went right into the why. Why are we talking about this? Why are we doing this? And the biggest why is really the quality of life that we can all have. And we want the best possible chances, and well, not chances, the best possible opportunities for our students, for our children, for the makers of our new workforce, for the creators of our new communities. It's so important to invest. That's our why. But the big why is following that aspiration and taking a student-centered approach where that student really is like the nucleus. They're thinking the atomic structure of a community. They're the nucleus. They are the most important thing that is in their life, and they have all of these different opportunities orbiting around them. They have all these different caretakers and stakeholders. And if you just go out even another step, every single person in this community has all of these orbits. So we have a lot of these systems that kind of go in and out of each other. And that's why it's so important to keep checking in on the aspiration that is driving their life, on the access that they have to getting the things they need to succeed. And then finally, the agency to have the courage and the strength to go on to what they want to do and what brings them, what increases their net joy. And so there's a lot of hows, and that's where we're actually going to turn to this discussion. In talking about these hows, how do we make this reality? How do we make this a dream come true? Of course, there's legal considerations. There can be legislation, but in the highest form of inclusion, it's really going to take those bottom two: conversation and collaboration. So it really is so important that we're having this discussion. And what an honor for us to be, kind of tapering off this first discussion in this format, this conversation. And I can't wait for the collaboration that will come out of it. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now so I can see everybody. It's kind of weirding me out that I can. Oh no, how do I even do that? I'll figure this out. But if we can, oh, there we go. Stop share. Okay, I'm back. Now I can see everybody. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We can see you. Let's chat.
Let's chat. Right? Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. And we got to learn a few things, and I took down some notes. So my first note is regarding your reference to Maslow's and Bloom's theories in education. You had mentioned that Maslow's theory focused on the whole child's needs and Bloom's on the skills and knowledge they need to learn. So how can educators support both the basic needs and higher learning skills of students with disabilities to help them succeed in life after school? So how can they balance these theories in application?
Yeah, that is a meaty question, and I love it. So I guess I have some initial thoughts, and then we can kind of go back and forth. But I think it really is this universal design to education, and in creating environments, and that's what we can do as teachers to create that safe place. And that's it's going to give me goosebumps every time I think about it, Dr. Mari. Like, I am in a safe place. If we can get our students saying that every day, that's probably the first step in universal design. And that is the baseline for Maslow is I am physically safe. I have my physical needs being met, and I can relax. That's the only way to get to that second level, where we can now start to gain context and understand the world around us and orient ourselves. So that's very much that level one. Level two is orientation to it. And that's where Bloom's really comes in, and understanding. Can I understand this? That's a baseline. Do I have access to it? First of all, then do I understand it? And I think they work together hand in hand, in tandem from there. If we create a safe space and we give students information that they can start to understand and then to analyze. And I think in today's classrooms, we really need to focus on, when you see information, what are some steps you can take to just say, like, I can't remember off the top of my head, but Rotary has a really good approach to that. And I would love to hear what that is, but it's like, is it helpful? Is it true? Those lines, you being able to question that and then create something. So I'll yield the mic there. But Dr. Mari, I'm curious what are your thoughts?
Well, you made a really good point, that the safety, having the classroom, feeling that you are safe in your environment, you can take risks. That's very important. But I also love what you mentioned about giving students the skills to discern what they need, what knowledge they need. Now, this generation, the young students, there's just so much information, out there. And so, Danny, you say, is it helpful? Is it needed? So giving kids that skill that, what is it that I need to focus on that is going to support me, that is going to help me, with my learning or with achieving, this particular goal. That's something we really have to help students with. It's not easy being a child nowadays. I mean, there's just so much information out there. It is, it's a good thing, but then it can also be, very overwhelming as well. And so just giving them the skills to discern and modeling that as well. We can do that as teachers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that response. So I did notice you also talked a little bit about self-determination and person-centered approaches. They're actually, a couple of my favorite topics. So because those are just dear to my heart. So I'm going to ask you a few questions regarding self-determination as advocates. So as disability advocates, we know how essential it is to thoroughly understand a child before developing their individual education plan. So does this approach also apply to creating a person-centered plan? And could you provide a brief comparison or an example, a practical example between an individual education plan and a person-centered plan for students with disabilities who are planning to maybe the part of their aspiration is to maybe, it's possible become a doctor or lawyer or even hone their business?
They actually go together. In my opinion, of course, when we're talking about the IEP, we're talking about when they are in school with us, right? When they're in, the K through 12 school, that is during that, those are the years when they're getting the individualized education plan, just in case some, I guess, might not be familiar with the acronym. So with that, we're looking at, the goals on the IEP. There could be academic goals, there could be behavior goals, there could be speech goals, depending on the child's disability. Now, when that child is in high school, starting at the age of 14, then we add on more. We have the transition, goals, the transition IEP to go with that as well. But when we're talking about the person-centered approach, as that is more towards the career part. What is it that I want to do? We have taken care of the academics when we had the child, when we were providing that IEP, we were doing that. But, if a child wants to be a doctor, of course, they're going to need the skills academically to be able to, take the SCTs or get into college or, whatever it is, career that they're aspiring to. So what is done early is going to lead to, that aspiration later on. But even within that high school, if the child has said, well, I really want to be a doctor, then when we are working on that transition plan, our goals we should be talking to that student about what it takes to become a doctor. What subjects, what kind of grades should you have, and maybe providing them, exposure, the career assessment. I know that some schools are really good about, having guest speakers, from different careers come to talk at their schools. Sometimes they might have mentors, career guidance. School counselors are very good at this. Job shadowing. So if a child is wanting to be a vet, or a child is wanting to be a doctor. So, those would be the kind of agencies, the kind of organizations that we would be collaborating with from the school. We would be collaborating with to provide our students, opportunities to go and, get exposure in those areas. And this is where the community part comes in. It's not just about, the school only, but, the community plays a very big part of it, because we need their supports in, situations like I mentioned.
Thank you. Would you like to add to that, Dan?
Yeah, just a couple things, and I think you're absolutely right, Dr. Mary, that they do go hand in hand, and it's that consideration of what is the student's will and their aspiration that's guiding it. I think a couple things we can do, just thinking of like that how again, when we come to an IEP meeting, it can often, well, maybe not often, but just sometimes it can get a little contentious, and there's so many legal conversations to be had and so many agreements that are being made that it can become very quickly polarizing, and we kind of lose sense of the possibilities in alignment with the aspiration, you know. And I think this just something that popped in my head. If we mix it in with this, the student saying, "I'm in a safe place," you know, whatever, and just we make that assumption that, hey, this is possible. Let's work at it. We're gonna have to have resilience. You know, we're gonna have to, know you're in a safe place, know you belong, but it might get a little hard sometimes. And I think when we attend to those pieces all together as a team, and we turn this IEP meeting and these plans, and we turn the documents into a celebration of their strengths over, here's some agreement after agreement after agreement, and then we start, looking at the minutia of things. And I guess additionally is in data tracking. I love data. That's one of the things I love best about being a special education teacher, is the ways that we can take in and represent data in meaningful ways. And when we give that data to the student, that is eye-opening. When we don't have just, take it upon ourselves to manage all this data, but instead we partner with the students and their whole IEP team to, collaborate on collecting data, on analyzing it, on then aligning that with what those aspirations are. There's power in that has empirical evidence. And that's where I think it's really important to start thinking of that collaboration and that team meeting as a celebration. It's like a birthday. Guess what? Your plan's one more year old. How exciting! What have you done? Tell us about it. And then we have the student present it. So student-led IEPs are a really good way to practice that in real time.
Thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. Which brings me, and I'm looking at our time, which brings me to the subject of collaboration, building strong support networks for the population that we're discussing. What do you think, or how can families, teachers, educators, job coaches, even employers, how can they work together effectively to support students that are transitioning from secondary school, which is commonly referred to in the United States as high school? How, I guess, how can they come together as a team to help them to transition from school to work, or even from school to university, college, or vocational settings?
All right. I can start, and then you can add to that, Danny. So for sure, when they're in school, we definitely need to have them at the table at the IEP meeting. Definitely, they are part of developing that IEP. And I mentioned early, there's certain things that we might not know about their child. They know their child, they know their child's interests, and that can help us with supporting their child as they work towards their aspirations. We don't know at school if somebody might likes animals or is a hunter. We don't know those kind of things necessarily, but once we know, then we can discuss about, what about this field and this field, and those. So like Danny said, those are things that can help us build conversations. I say informal interviews about what careers they're interested in, and setting realistic goals, and what their strengths are. All of those are important to get the child to make realistic goals about their aspirations and what they want to do when they grow up, where they want to go to college. We need to be having those conversations with them when they're in high school. You had an IEP when you were K through 12, okay. When you go to university, you are going to need to advocate, you're going to need to self-disclose. You're not just going to automatically have your accommodations provided to you by your professors. You need to make sure that you have self-disclose that, because sometimes we see that gap as well, where a student did not disclose, so then they did not get their accommodations, and then a student might be struggling, and they might even decide that they don't want to pursue their education because they were not, they didn't get the accommodation. Now, had it been where they had actually, known what to do, then they would have, approached a lot of universities have disability services. They would have, approached them and, talked about or given any kind of documentation to show that they needed accommodations, and just parents can also be a part of this, just explaining to the students that this is nothing to be ashamed of. This is what supports you, and if it's going to help you and it's very confidential, it's all right to continue with getting your support in a university setting. So that's one way. Danny, did you want to add other?
Yeah, just what came to mind is that the distance between dreams and reality is how. So we can give low stakes practice, and that is what can curb a lot of these moments that maybe happen in middle school and high school as people are just deciding who they are as a person. If somebody has a dream to do something, start giving them low stakes practice at that as soon as humanly possible, and then you're asking them why before they ask you why. Why am I learning this? Well, because you have to. Instead, you say, hey, why are you interested in this? Well, here's why. Oh, guess what? Well, here's a connection to what you need to learn. So it really, it's low stakes practice that gives us the data that they can take ownership of. Here's an example. If somebody wants to be in the service industry, but say they are blind, then the first thing we would do is investigate that environment, create that safe space and have experiences from the customer's end. And then talk about, okay, well, later we'll interview a manager and tell me about what things look like and what are the patterns of traffic and things like that. And then we have maybe an internship that can allow the student to, being blind, still have access to that environment. So we've gone from aspiration to access. And then our agency is, hey, I'm going to apply for a job. I have enough confidence and I want to be a server in this restaurant. So that's, just kind of moving through the whole process. It takes low stakes practice to get us to those high stakes moments.
Great. Thank you so much. I have two more questions, and I have to think globally now because, as you all know, we have a global audience, okay? So my first question is going back again to the transition plans. I know you already addressed the IEPs, and I'm sure other countries probably refer to it as something different, okay? So I'm thinking transition plans now, all right? So how, as disability advocates or disability educators, my question is regarding challenges. Navigating life can be challenging sometimes, as you know, for us and even people with diverse needs, specifically people with disabilities. So as such, with this thought, how can global educators and advocates assist students with disabilities in navigating the challenges of transitioning into adulthood and planning for life post-secondary education. Because as you all know, the moment you hit that number 18, you're an adult now. So how can we help them to navigate those challenges? How can educators help them, or disability advocates?
All right. So I can, start, and
Yeah.
if you don't mind, and yeah.
A good rhythm.
Yeah, I think that leveraging the resources in the community is one way. Danny had talked about, low stakes practice, and exposure. If we're in a country and there's a hospital close by, there's a police station, there's some type of office where they have, secretaries or lawyers, those can be our guest speakers that we invite to the school to talk about, this is the kind of work I do as a nurse. This is what I had to do to get to this. And this is a day in the life of a nurse. These are the kind of things that I use, even bringing the equipment, stethoscope or whatever it is. That exposure is important, because we know that in some places, students might only have access to just their teachers. So they are exposed to what teachers do. But we know that we need to have as much exposure for them as possible. So looking into the community and see what resources are in the area.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a hospital, they can, we can ask them to come to the school, like I said, and and talk about that. That is an opportunity for students to ask questions and learn about that field. Job shadowing. They can do that as well. We can also, practicing, we can do mock interviews as well. Those are some of the things that we can do at the school. How to fill out an application. If I need help, how do I access help? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? What kind of careers seem to kind of match up with what I am really good at? And where do I find information for that? Is it in the library? Do I need to go on the computer? Those are some of the things that we can do within the resources that we have. And of course, each country varies with what they have. But those things can be done. But on a school level, I think that teachers can foster self-determination skills. And I'm going to keep on, going, to this, because I really think that that's important. These are skills that are transferable. They can support children how to set goals, how to make choices, how problem-solving, skills, how to communicate, how to advocate, and embed those skills in the lessons as well. Those things are going to help children develop independence and know how they need to, approach, people, approach organizations, if they need help with getting employment, or if they need to learn more about that field, how to network. So those are some of the things that we can do. And of course, supporting them academically, because academic skills are going to help with the different jobs that they're going to. So supporting them academically, but also embedding the skills that I had talked about as well.
Yeah, just a quick comment on the end of that is that I think you nailed it, Dr. Myrie, that coming back to discernment of the resources around you, because I know that looks different for everyone, every school district, every country, every family, every community. The resources are going to look different. So you look at that alignment. And then I think one way that we can really look at this in early childhood and the kindergarten level is embracing wonder, because you get to present, here are the resources around us. What do you wonder? I wonder what I could do with this, and then leave it to the child to explore, because that natural wonder and curiosity is often silenced as we go through life, just becoming an adult. as we navigate these systems. And so that's a way that if we keep coming back to wonder and curiosity, the student-centered learning will always be at the heart of it.
Great, great, great. So I just wish we can keep this conversation
I
going.
know, this is great.
I have to ask this one last question because I think it's very important to our audience. Is regarding the role of our government. So what types of support can governments in different countries provide to help students with disabilities who are interested in, attending college, universities, or vocational school? Government should have their role, right?
Yes. Yes.
And do you have
Yes.
what resources out there? It
Right.
could be financial resources, it could be some kind of wraparound services to ensure that the population with special needs or disabilities are well supported.
Yeah, and I can just add a comment or two to that, Dr. Aderonke. Teacher education is one of them as well. I would say that it depends on the country. Like we mentioned, there are some countries where they provide teacher training. They prepare teachers as well to know about disabilities and how to teach students with disabilities, about inclusive education and about special education practices. Well, we know that there's a shortage. We do know that is the reality of it. But if we have within our teacher training, if we have trained teachers to teach students with disability, those can be a resource as well when they go into the other schools. I say a special educator, somebody who is trained in that, they're not just a resource for the student, they're also a resource for the other educators. So, head teachers, principals, headmasters, whatever you call it, I think that they should leverage the skill set that somebody that has a special education training has. Encourage them, empower them to also share their expertise. Because then that will also, their peers who might not have had that training will also learn from them. And, these skills, help all children, not just, with disabilities. So, that's one thing that I think that governments can do is that within their teacher training, also make sure that, teachers are being trained to teach students with disabilities. It might not be everyone that needs to be trained in that, but, to provide instruction, to provide preparation for teachers who also, are trained in disabilities, so that when they go into the field, when they go into the jobs, they can support children. But as I said, they can also support, their peers as well with the skills that they bring.
Right. Thank you so much. Great points.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I think the side of parents too. I think parent and community trainings and employer trainings is also something the government can really do, because this is honestly where a major gap is. And that's resources like neurodiversitynetwork.net that I showed. There's a lot of those types of resources out there, but it comes down to communication and collaboration, where being able to have the governments provide these resources that can then create systems. So I think it's just looking from a budgetary perspective, using the investment of the budget that is available to create self-sustaining systems, and whatever mechanisms need to be put in place for that. I think that's where managing the assets and the budgets to support education, like Dr. Meyer was saying, that continued teacher professional learning education, parent education, employer education, training, sharing of resources, allowing for maybe even tax implications of sharing resources, and being able to combine with community mindedness How can we create these systems together to support the community, the whole community, every single person?
Great, great, great. Thank you so much. We can keep going if they give us 24
Yeah, I've got
hours.
another 4 hours.
Okay, very important. And we see Jeremy here. So, thank you so much again. As we wrap up today's discussion, I would like to thank our outstanding panelists, Dr. Murray and Daniel, for sharing valuable insights and experiences regarding this topic. It is clear that preparing students for life after secondary education is very important. It requires collaboration, innovative thinking, person-centered thinking, student-centered thinking, self-determination, strong resources, support from families and communities, even the governments, since these are key elements in promoting inclusion. I just want to say thank you again, and thank you to our audience for joining this important conversation. Let's stay connected. Let's keep working together to promote inclusive education. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a great one.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. That was fantastic. I do want to acknowledge we did get permission to go a little bit long because that was so insightful and absolutely was something that we needed to hear. And thank you so much for having that conversation and taking it to that point. I think I want to acknowledge also that part of what was brought up in that is that inclusive education doesn't end with what we look at as the traditional K through 12 and into college or whatever it may be. Inclusive education continues into the workforce, into the communities and the corporations. And it is that concept of us reaching a state where everybody has that sense of belonging that led to this. 2 years ago, our club had a conversation, and I want to acknowledge that what came out of that conversation was today. And this was absolutely beautiful. I want to thank Ken Mason for his leadership. I want to thank the entire committee that made this happen and all of the people who contributed throughout the entire day. I want to thank Jeremy Opperman, my name brother from South Africa, for facilitating the earlier session, the previous 4 hours. This has been phenomenal. It's been amazing to be a part of it. And it is, again, a start. It's not the finish line. It is the beginning of us taking what we have learned through years and years across the globe as a culture of people with disabilities and coming together globally to say these are our human rights and we need to be a part of this. And this is how we do it, by making certain that every generation moving forward all around the globe understands the concept of being inclusive and that sense of belonging that comes through this. So thank you all so very much. Some final little comments. Along with that, I hope everybody watching this got a lot out of this summit. I did. Dan, do we have a count at this point? I know at one point we had over 70 on the streaming.
Right now, online, on streaming, we have 97 people.
That is amazing. That's 97 people all around the world. And again, this came from a conversation from 2 years ago, but really, this came from one man asking a question over LinkedIn 3-4 years ago about how to be more inclusive as a Rotary Club. And through that, hundreds of people from all around the world came together to start talking about not only what the conditions of living life as a person with a disability is in different parts of the world, but how we can start to improve that for everyone and enhance that at a social level. And this is where we've gone. It's absolutely amazing. This brings us to the end of today's summit. Please remember that all events have been recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel and the summit website in the weeks following this summit, and that is inclusiveeducationsummit.org. If anybody has any questions, please write to the summit at wdasummit@gmail.com. That's wdasummit@gmail.com. Thank you again. Please join us for our next event. This has been phenomenal. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Bye.